their issues be heard.
The rights to assemble, demonstrate, petition, and speak are ironclad as provided for in our Constitution. 3. We reserve our right to call for demonstrations should this process not bear fruit.
Mimi nauliza nyinyi watu wa Nyandarua, mimi niwaulize, hata tufanye maandamano kutoka asubuhi mpaka jioni, hata tuweke sufuria kwa kichwa na tuongeze kwa mgongo, bei ya chakula itashuka chini? Si lazima tuwasaidie nyinyi wakulima ndio muzalishe chakula, ndio tuweze kuondoa njaa? Sijui nani atawafundisha wale majamaa wa sufuria kwa kichwa.
Meanwhile, Odinga and his supporters insist that they do not need handshake and want experts to be involved in the whole exercise, a stunt that has been opposed by President William Ruto.
Mimi nauliza nyinyi watu wa Nyandarua, mimi niwaulize, hata tufanye maandamano kutoka asubuhi mpaka jioni, hata tuweke sufuria kwa kichwa na tuongeze kwa mgongo, bei ya chakula itashuka chini? Si lazima tuwasaidie nyinyi wakulima ndio muzalishe chakula, ndio tuweze kuondoa njaa? Sijui nani atawafundisha wale majamaa wa sufuria kwa kichwa.
In the meantime, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua says that it is the Azimio side that reached out to President William Ruto first so as to find a solution to their grievances. Speaking in Limuru, Gachagua reiterated that there is no any other way to engage in dialogue if not through Parliament.
These people reached out to our president. They said they have reached a dead end. They want an exit strategy. The president said, fine, go and discuss your issues in Parliament. No problem. President called us and told us, we said, fine. Call off the protests, go and talk in Parliament. Fair enough. Go and discuss within the Constitution, within the law.
He added that the government is not in any way threatened by opposition's calls to return to the protest as long as there is no damage to property.
They are threatening to go back to the streets. No problem. The streets are there. They have gone nowhere. We are there. We have gone nowhere. But I want to say, like I said last Saturday, no one, and I repeat, no one will destroy any property belonging to the people of Kenya. It will not happen. Na mimi niseme mimi sina maneno, mimi wasiniingilie, mimi nafanya kazi yangu.
Gachagua's sentiments were echoed by other Kenya Kwanza leaders led by Majority Leader in the National Assembly Kimani Ichung'wah, who rubbished the call by Azimio leader Raila Odinga for talks that mirrored the 2008 National Accord. Now, various activities in county governments may continue to stall following lack of funds that have been delayed for 4 months now. This has forced the governors to suspend the implementation of various projects and disruption of service delivery. The governors are now staring at a possibility of a go-slow in their respective counties by workers and suppliers. Council of Governors Finance Committee Chairperson Fernandez Baraza says the situation has continued to worsen despite the governors trying every means to find funds to meet various needs in their counties.
So far, we have not received monies for January, February, and March, almost 96 billion Kenya shillings.
At the moment, counties, we are on our knees because we are not only missing money to pay salaries for health workers, we are also missing money to buy commodities and also be able to support systems that support health.
Actually, 3-4 months down the line, what do? You have no money, you can't pay salaries, people will put down the tools and they'll walk home.
The statements by the governors came at a time Treasurer C.S. Njuguna Ndung'u promised that the county governments will receive the money allocation for the month of January next week after his previous promises to distribute the money failed.
The proposal by CRA is for 7 billion Kenya shillings, but that excludes the road maintenance levy, which is almost 12 billion Kenya shillings. And that's why, as governors, we are not unreasonable to propose 425 billion.
On the other hand, CRA is proposing the separation from Treasury to give it the authority to carry out its duties without any interference, especially during the distribution of funds to the counties. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The man who looks at a beautiful girl and doesn't talk to her will end up serving lunch at her wedding.
Aya, City, do like that.
My father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man?
Ameua panya.
Small mammal, big mammal.
Mtu atamshinda. I mean, I don't understand. What are they
How
saying?
are we comparison? I mean, you kill a mouse.
What are they saying?
What they're saying is, my father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man? Name, surprise. Someone's name.
The name surprised you?
No, the name is surprise.
No, what am I saying? I'm from Nigeria, man. I met somebody called I Believe. So
See?
Your name is I Believe? Yes, my name is I Believe. But that's the short form. I said, excuse me? I said, yes, my name is I Believe. So what's the full name? I believe in the goodness of God.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Not really today. It is Good Friday. Happy Good Friday. I know. Okay, in terms of traffic, what's going on the roads today? A lot of folks who maybe would have traveled yesterday, and we see some of that outward bound traffic this morning. Coming in on Uhuru Highway, this is past the Nyayo Stadium roundabout. There's really not much action going on here. A little bit of movement here and there, but nothing alarming. The Thika Superhighway free all the way from here to there. No traffic whatsoever. It looks all right coming out of Westlands as well. Looks like this is the kind of day that we are going to have. Traffic not a problem. Not here, not anywhere. Just in case things do get out of whack, because, you know, they might. Talk to us on Spice FM KE on Twitter. We want to keep things moving this Friday.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room.
Good morning, and how
the
are
only
you doing? Welcome to Friday. Good Friday. So what do you say? Happy Good Friday?
Yeah, just say Good Friday.
Good Friday.
Good Friday.
And then you respond?
Good Friday.
Yeah. Good Friday.
It's really good. What do you say? Better Friday? I'm a best Friday.
But you see, Good Friday is already a term. Okay? So you should have something.
It's like the day. It's like Christmas Day, Good Friday.
Yeah, I see on Christmas Day, you don't say Christmas Day. You say Merry Christmas.
Okay. Or should we say Happy Christmas?
So what do you say now for Happy Good Friday?
Happy Easter. Why are you trying to complicate our lives at 6:11 in the morning? What's wrong with you?
So it's still so early.
I mean, surely. So wait at least until 6:30.
Otherwise, Ndu, mambo?
Mambo, jambo bwana, habari gani, mzuri sana.
Good.
Wageni, wakaribishwe, Kenya yetu, kuna matata. Abi, how do you say it? Something like that, Abi. I don't know why that song just came into my head. I'll be
something like that. How have you been?
Everything is all right.
Okay. Bwana Muga.
Nothing is cooking.
Na wewe je? Ndu has been fine.
Nothing.
It's good.
It's good.
It's good.
That have been fine.
Mambo ni mazuri. Yes.
Very good.
How are you, Eric?
Mimi hapana iko mashida yote.
Hapana iko. Wow. Mimi hapana iko shida.
That is shida ni mashida.
Mimi hapana iko mashida.
That is Eric. He doesn't have any.
Do you know you're confusing people who are just learning Swahili?
Very good.
No. No, he's not really confusing them.
That's how you learn.
Yep. Make a mistake, they'll go and repeat mashida somewhere else and be like, what are you talking about?
Hey, wait. I drank mursik this morning. Hey, that thing is mellowing.
What does that mean?
Ednah gave me mursik.
What does mellowing
Milk
mean?
generally calms me down.
When you start that way, then it's easy to understand.
Okay.
So now mellow becomes a lot easier to understand.
Okay.
When you contextualize it. So milk makes you mellow and mursik calms you down. And
the mursik is milk. I mean, it's not milk.
It is.
Sit down.
It's milk that has been.
What does calming
But
you
there's
down
another
mean?
kind of milk that does the absolute opposite. Tiger nut. You go Google it later and then we'll have a conversation.
Nut.
Tiger nut.
Tiger nut is a brand or is a nini?
No, you're not thinking about the razor blade.
No.
There's actually a nut called
From a tiger.
No. I have to be very careful about how I say it.
You really know where you're heading with this conversation. We had a presidential candidate who broached that same subject.
Keep quiet.
But his source was hyena, not target. Not tiger.
No, I'm actually sorry. What were you saying? You go and
So
read
how do you
about
get a tiger to nut? How do you get a tiger nuts?
No, it's not that one.
It's milk.
No.
From a nut.
It's actually a nut, and then you blend it and you get the milk from it. You may look at the benefits of it later, and then let's have a conversation. Okay. But for now, see, we say hi to people.
People.
Hi.
Hi. Ndu says that there is a fruit called a nut.
Actually, it's a vegetable.
Hey.
Or is it a cereal?
Cereals.
Whatever is happening to you, we blame it on the mursik.
It can't be anything else.
This calming effect reminds you of things. Things you've done, places you've been to, people you've seen. Or we can interchange those ones.
No, please. We're okay. It's okay.
All right, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation, everybody. Happy Easter. We're going to have some interesting conversations. Let's start with, hey, what is that photo?
Which one?
The one on the screen. Hey.
I was trying to get City to tell me something.
Question you should ask is, why are my hands in my pocket?
Why are they?
Hands are mine, pocket is mine. Yes.
Anyway, so at 8 o'clock, let's talk about, the way we've been seeing. It's raining. Children are going to school. They are not using school bus, so they have to maybe use Matatus and all. How do they access the Matatus? How do they go to the bus stops? What kind of security and safety measures are there at the bus stops? We saw somebody now complaining that Westlands bus stop yesterday. In fact, there was a story in the news. Westlands bus stop has become this place that is snatchers are operating willy-nilly.
unfortunately.
Just like that. So safety in our, okay, let's just call it public transport, because for lack of a better word, we don't have a public transport system in this country. So when you talk about a socially just public transport system, what would that mean? What would that entail? That is one that looks at justice for all accessing and using transport. Think about persons with disabilities. As we talk about all this, it's raining, can you imagine somebody who's wheelchair bound and they've got to get out of their home, push their wheelchair across the mud, go to a bus stop, wait for a Matatu, which does not have a wheelchair ramp, get onto the Matatu. They have to be moved from the wheelchair onto the seat of all these things.
And then the wheelchair load. I mean,
all those things, We'll be joined by Constant Cap, who is an urban planner and a member of the International Society of Urban and Regional Planners. He'll be here with us at 8 a.m. to talk about a socially just public transport system, what we need. We know that the president signed oversaw the signing of some contracts the other day in Germany. It was in EU, in Brussels. Sijui lane itajengwa, sijui stima itawekwa, sijui basi zitakuja, sijui nini. Kidoro was in Germany in his term. Sonko also went to Germany.
He did Belgium.
Right? Belgium.
The question you need to ask is, where did they go? Because these leaders of ours travel.
Where did they not go?
Talking about how we can improve our transport system in Nairobi.
Kwa hivyo?
Anyway, so that's at 8 a.m. At 9 o'clock, let's talk about heart disease and its inclusion in universal health coverage. So we talk about universal health coverage a lot. We have started hearing this push for universal health coverage to start premium focus at primary healthcare, but also in the secondary healthcare. When it comes to heart diseases, how do we deal with it across the board? We'll be joined by Dr. David Gidanga, who is a pediatric cardiologist, at 9 a.m. for that conversation. Hiyo hapa mbaya. Hiyo mama, hiyo ni mbaya.
Hiyo ni mzuri.
Hiyo sasa hiyo ni mzuri. Hata mimi nasema the same thing. At hiyo ni mzuri sana.
Yeah.
People are awake, man.
Banange.
Are you awake because your body clock is just used to waking up early? Are you awake because you're going to work? Are you awake because you're traveling? Hey. Anyway, you're awake. Get online. Go to our social media page, Spice FM KE on Facebook or YouTube, Spice FM KE. Or if you're on Twitter, you can tag us at Spice FM KE. Tell us where you're locked in from. Say Happy Easter. We'll be doing like that shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
$16 degrees and partly cloudy conditions in Nairobi, highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 25 in a partly cloudy Nakuru at 14. It's also 14 and cloudy in Nyeri, highs of 24. And looking into Eldoret at 12 degrees, mostly clear, highs of 24. It's 26 degrees and partly cloudy in Mombasa, highs of 32. And we'll also see highs of 32 in a cloudy Malindi. It's 19 and clear in Kisumu, highs of 28 and lows of 19. And we'll see lows of 15 in a clear Kakamega at 16. Kampala is clear at 20, highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 31 in Dar es Salaam, where it's clear at 25. 11 and mostly clear in Johannesburg, highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 33 in a partly cloudy Lagos. We'll see highs of 33 as well in Kinshasa, where it's cloudy at 24. Looking out into Beijing, Good Friday afternoon is sunny. Highs of 16 and lows of 5 and we're looking into Paris, where it's partly cloudy at 6, highs of 15, and we'll see highs of 14 in a cloudy London. All right, looking into New York, Thursday night is cloudy at 16, coming into Friday, slightly warmer with highs of 25 and lows of 10.
Okay, 22 minutes after 6. Who is online?
Say hi to Mhenga wetu City. Mhenga! Hello.
Well, Mhenga also says thank you.
Alafu Latif na ndu mesalimiwa.
Asante sana, tumesalimika.
Thank you very much. Good morning, great family. Happy Easter holidays from the shores of Lake Victoria. They actually are beautiful shores. Chris Amolo says good morning to you. Thank you very much. Tiriwa just says good morning. Good morning. William Munga is waiting to hear CT talk about the bang in the middle.
It is a good suggestion.
Okay, sawa basi. Endelea ukifikiria.
And not weed.
And not weed.
Okay.
Not bang. Bang. Andrew Franklin says, TG Good Friday. Easter greetings from Bernard Estate. Good morning to you, sir. Robert Giosocci. If you were Italian, it would be Giosocchi. But okay. He says, most competent, objective, analyst trio in radio journalism I know. Well, thank you very much.
Very kind of you, sir. Thank you.
I know. Asante sana.
Tutwaka kitu basi.
Sindio, tutwaka kitu. Ya kusindikisha hiyo salamu. I mean, surely.
Yani, tukudu at least.
Collins Kipsat says, I heard Ndu mentioning Mursik. For real, I drank Mursik this morning. I did. In a cup. Ednah came with gifts and decided...
Wana Kipsat, ebu ambia Ndu Mursika ikunywe 5 a.m.
Is there a time for drinking it?
I don't know. Yeah, Kimtai Kipsat saying, ukikunywa Mursik 5 a.m., meno tatoka.
Wow. Okay, let's keep waiting. So good morning to you. Happy Easter too, brother. Agola Ray says, Wakenya, wenzangu habari gani? Muulize Prezo mbona alienda Rwanda kutuseti. Okay.
Aje.
Sijui aje. He's from Eldoret and he wants to understand why you did like that. Okay. Happy Easter from Nairobi Enterprise Road with your beloved wife Peace Lynette and son Glade Jack. Tunawakilisha. Okay. Good morning, Benjamin Omanga. We see you. Good morning. I'm sorry. I think you've written in Kisii. I can't read it.
Anawakilisha nini?
Amy Flip says, good morning, happy Easter, blessed weekend to the Spice family, tuned in from Bondo, Kachola Awasi. Andrew Odote, situation is very clear in Birmingham, Alabama. Happy Easter to everyone and to you too, sir. Happy Easter coming in from Robert Mbogo from Masinde Muliri University of Science and Technology. I cannot miss joining the show every day. I love you guys. Siti Muga, hi.
Hi.
Ti Mimi, ni Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Thank you very much. Charles Luanga Ogato is tuned in from Nyamira County and he says he's doing well. Tuned in from Kinanie town in Athi River. Felix says, happy Easter, Eric, Ndu, and Mwalimu. Keloi says, good morning. Let's all celebrate what our Savior did for us. Jesus is Lord, indeed he is. Mwangure, Washington. George Mashuki says, tuned in from Kasarani Kama Kawaida. Morris Nyongesa is also tuned in this morning. Okay, let me just say hello to a few more people while we're at it. Kidi Kibudi says, good morning. James Kimanzi, Odero Jr., Paul Ntaia, Onticho, Mwalimu, Esther Charles, Mwende. Everybody's online.
What's our YouTube?
You want me to even go there?
Yeah.
Okay. Mlami says he's tuned in this morning. From Gashie. Daniel is in Eldoret. Wise man is awake because of the show. Fantastic. Eric, you were asking why they're awake. He's telling you it's because of you.
Because of the show.
Tuned in from... Wait for it. Tuned in. I have to change the way I speak. From Kingsthorpe in the UK. It's Tominski. Says good morning this morning. Stanley Borough says tuned in, happy Easter from a country's flag I'm not quite sure of. Krista Kenga says good morning, happy Easter guys. Nico too. John Gishuki is tuned in from Nanyuki. We see all of you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Karibuni sana. Muhenga.
Muhenga.
Why do I get the impression that it is I who is being referred to as Muhenga?
They said Muhenga. This is Charles
Muhenga.
Charles Muhenga. Shamba medali.
Well, this is our final proverb.
Chambilecho wahenga.
Basi. From the country of
Congo.
Brazil.
And the other day I asked whether it borders Angola.
It doesn't.
There's like a strip of DRC.
DRC, but interferes with that thing. It's it's just near. Then DRC has to. Now these are these Mzungus with their map drawing skills.
DRC had to get the ocean.
Why look at me with one eye?
I was winking at you. You don't know. Why are you telling everybody?
All right, let me tell everybody the proverb. Since we are on the subject of everybody. Okay. This one, there's nothing puzzling about this particular one. Everything that will be said will be easy to understand.
Everything that will be said will be easy to understand.
Yes, meaning as I read the proverb, the thing that is being said is the proverb that I'm about to read. That's the thing, okay?
Sour.
A tree cannot stand without roots.
That's true.
A tree cannot stand without roots.
It's true. Nimekubali.
Sawa, umesema ndio. Let's look at the headlines.
Okay. Azimil, these are our terms for the talks. That's on the front page of the Standard. Number 1, recommend measures to lower the cost of unga, fuel, electricity, and school fees. So we can throw in some more things while we're at it. Number 2, conduct a forensic audit of the servers used by the IEBC for the 2022 presidential elections. Number 3, review the appointment and dismissal of the IEBC commissioners. It's not a done deal. And recommend reforms, okay? Number 4, recommend legal policy and institutional reforms to strengthen the electoral system. Number 5, review circumstances for the dismissal of the Cholera 4 and reinstate them in office. And number 6, review and recommend changes in law to entrench party discipline, fidelity, and multipartism. Okay, Isaac Hassan continues the serialization of his book, and he's talking about the Raila I know at the time that he worked with him. Ruto fires back as well, and he says, these talks we're having, none of them will happen outside Parliament. So that's what we're saying.
Okay.
On the front page of The Nation, Ruto tells Raila, take it or leave it. This is not for you come and say we're not. In a dramatic escalation of hardline positions that would scuttle the ceasefire, the two leaders announced on Sunday. President William Ruto yesterday insisted that negotiations will only involve lawmakers and dismissed Azimio's leader Raila Odinga's proposal for a process similar to that of the midwifed National Accord in 2008. Azimio has threatened to go back to the streets if their demands are not met. Okay, so, Did police cover up an officer's death? There's an NTV expose that reveals a policeman was run over by a police vehicle during Azimio's anti-government protests in Kisumu.
Okay.
They killed their own.
And yet how was it presented?
That somebody else killed him.
That he was killed by one of the protesters.
By mob.
Yep.
So we'll look into that story. It'll be interesting to see how that has unfolded. Hey, watch out, though. Bacteria in meat is causing UTIs, according to a new study. Hey. Weatherman, yes. Weatherman predicts...
Bacteria in meat.
Stop it. The Weatherman...
Please go on.
Has predicted... inadequate rainfall in the April to June season. Hey, these weather people say they just be nice and say nice things. All right, on the back page, firm scrambles to set up new price lists on raised excise stamp fees. That's on the back page of The Nation. That's what the headlines look like for what I have.
All righty, let me tell you what's on the Business Daily. CBK snubs gold as central banks scramble for the metal. Kenya shied away from gold purchases for the country's reserves as central banks and government agencies around the globe stockpiled the precious metal, viewed as a safe haven asset during times of geopolitical and economic upheaval. CBK data shows that the regulator holds gold reserves of only 120 million shillings.
Only. This bank that's forever empty, I don't understand.
That was in June last year. In 2021, they had 105.9 million shillings worth of gold. And 2020, they had 105.6 million shillings worth of gold. 100 million shillings worth of gold. Only. See, what was it too? It sounds like just jewelry.
That I can have in my jewelry box.
Yeah, 100 million shillings only. This indicates that the quantity of Kenya's gold reserves remains unchanged, with the value rising as a factor of changes to the price of the precious metal on the global markets. Higher. The other headline. World Bank offers 52 billion shillings for 25,000 free Wi-Fi hotspots. Kenya's plan to set up 25,000 free Wi-Fi hotspots has received a boost after the World Bank agreed to offer $390 million, that's 52 billion bob, for the project in efforts to cut internet costs by 60%. The disbursement is expected to finance the first phase of the project known as the Kenya Digital Economy Acceleration Project, which seeks to expand access to high-speed internet, improve the quality of education, and digitize government services. Can you imagine? There'll be 25,000 Wi-Fi hotspots. Hivyo kila mtu Wi-Fi. To be set up across the country to provide internet services. Higher. Ticker headlines on the Business Daily. World Bank wary of Kenya's ability to clear 264 billion shillings Eurobond. The World Bank is wary over the ability of Kenya and other sub-Saharan countries to repay their debts. Safaricom beats Airtel at roaming charges. And the Treasury tightens. Safaricom beat Airtel Kenya at offering Kenyans traveling to other African countries cheaper roaming charges, despite the latter having a larger footprint on the continent. So Airtel is across Africa, but Airtel is not cheaper than Safaricom on roaming across Africa. Treasury tightens scrutiny on state suppliers. They are seeking to enlist suppliers of goods and services in a master database in a bid to raise transparency and cut costs of
Right.
Over to you, Cece.
All right.
Well done. I'm so proud of you. Every day you make me prouder.
You can never be more prouder.
No.
Haya. Bwana Muga.
Yes, please.
Nini iko pale kwenye star pale?
Bana star kuna vitu vingi. Headline. Top right hand corner.
Today is not till.
In brown, otherwise known as rusty red. Okay.
Gold dust.
Gold dust. Okay.
Cooked.
Siasa. Why Raila is at war with the US and other Western nations. Raila accuses these people of having double standards when it comes to democracy in Africa.
So leave us alone.
Yes. The Siasa pull out page 2 and 3. Long story. Headline, top bang, Hassan. That is Isaac, of course. They tried to kill me before the elections.
Oh, no.
Yes, ex-IEBC chief says 7 men wielding AK-47 guns attacked his neighborhood. That story is on page 4 and 5. And then immediately at the bottom of that, there's Raila unveils Azimio negotiation team and lists 10 demands. That team has Otienda Molo, Millie Odhiambo, David Kosing, Amina Mnyanzi, Ladama Olekina, Enoch Kwambua, and Edwin Sifuna. Then immediately lower that, we have a lovely picture of the president and the deputy visiting traders in Olkalao. There's a cooling storage in Nyandarua County. This was on Thursday, which was yesterday. Okay? Right. Then, HIV hotspots. Little corner at the bottom on the right-hand side. Long-haul truck drivers, sex stopovers identified. Okay?
Long-haul truck
drivers.
Okay?
They were sex the alleged sex stopovers, meaning they stopped over because they could have sex there, or sex was available, so they stopped there. However you want to interpret it, sex stopover identified, meaning there's been an identification of these spots.
The spots.
Where the drivers would stop, either because sex was available.
Like the way people used to go to that place in Machakos for their samosas. So like now that particular place is a sex stop.
Yes, or like you go to Kenyatta Market for Nyama Choma or Burma for Nyama Choma, like that.
Voila.
Okay?
C'est vous?
Right. Then lower down, Telcom. Team told AG didn't approve 6 billion sale. That's the Telcom issue. This is a new twist.
Team?
They've not whatever.
Let me read again. Headline. Telcom. Colon. Team told AG didn't approve 6 billion. Okay, now that's the office of
the team has been told that the AG did not approve.
Yes, that's what they meant, but that's not what they wrote. What they wrote was Telcom, column. Team told AG didn't approve 6 billion sale. Okay? See, I was reading the headline.
Yes, you are.
Have I read the headline?
You have.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. But there's something else which I must mention. Okay? In the stories, it's a headline, just headline. Okay? I don't know what it is about Kiambu and buildings. 200 families ordered to vacate sinking story building in Kiambu.
Omo.
Yes, after the heavy rains, the building started sinking.
200 families.
Yes.
This building has 200 houses.
That's
this building.
How many stories is it?
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's an average of 1,000 people.
Whatever the numbers are, yes. This building has been in existence for it has been in existence.
You guys are doing really well over there.
It's Friday, man. It has been in existence for 10 years. But with the rains, not only is it sinking, some of the units are showing huge cracks.
Omo.
No, the blessing here is people are moving before
in advance.
Yes, before that disaster. Yes.
It's bound to happen is what we're saying essentially.
The people who pass, because Kiambu seems to hog a very, very huge portion of buildings that collapse, are sinking, leaning in a direction they shouldn't be leaning, etc., etc., etc.
Etc., etc., etc.
Etc., etc., etc.
Okay.
Sawa sawa.
Haya, tutaangalia in detail. There's no traffic on the road, but just tell us anyway.
That there's no traffic?
Yeah.
Even doing Takwambia?
That there is no traffic on the road, but maybe people are leaving town, heading out of town for Easter. Just look at those roads. Roads leading out of town.
Okay.
Sawa.
Sawa.
And the bus stops. Kama hapa City Cabanas nini umeona kama watu wamejaa wanangojea matatu ya kwenda nyumbani. Unajua ni Easter.
Najua ni Easter.
Na lazima unajua tuende nyumbani. Unajua lazima tukonje hapa matatu kama itakuja ndio tuende nyumbani. Hapo Cabanas kuteremka hivyo mlolongo hivyo. Sawa. Haya 20 minutes to 7.
Everything nice. All right. Okay.
Spice up your life.
Okay. Pale Cabanas. There's nothing going on.
Hakuna?
Tumelala bana.
Watu wa pipeline hawajaamka.
Pipeline wameka kwa nyumba. Okay. Outbound traffic is probably what will be the thing today. These people on the Northern Bypass, they can't just stay at home. Every day just being outside. That's why you see now there's traffic. People on Thika Road, they got it. They stayed at home. Northern bypass folks, Thome trying to enter Thome there, Ridgeways, Nini, very, very busy. Why? I don't know. But hey, that's what we're looking at. It's not causing bumper to bumper traffic or anything. It's just that folks are very, very busy around there. Also, we're seeing the same thing happening on Waiaki, but this is outbound traffic. People are running to the village for Easter, running home, not even necessarily to the village, but running up country, as it were. Eastern bypass, today they also knew they're not going anywhere. Everybody's at home. Not much in terms of traffic. There was a bad accident, unfortunately, this morning that took place at the Thika Superhighway. Folks heading towards the county of Kiambu. Also, that was Thika Road. Bad accident, unfortunately. Police are on site, waiting for a breakdown. Caution, please, as you approach that area. So there's a lot of outbound traffic. Terrible one this morning, so please be careful. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on Twitter. Oh.
Pick one, Buana. Pick one.
Yeah, sour. Okay. Did police cover up officer's death? This is an interesting story, okay? It's on page 10 of The Nation, and that's the question. Police are on the spot for doing what? For lying about officer's death in Kisumu protests. So let me give you some of that. Authorities are on the spot over claims that a police officer who died during the demonstrations in Kisumu last week was killed by protesters. This is what they said, that there was a mob, blah, blah. Okay. Now, this is after an expose revealed that he was run over by a police vehicle. Now, the on-the-spot business is after the expose, okay?
Okay.
Investigations into the death of Corporal Ben Odur, who died during last Thursday's anti-government protest, have been thrown into a spin, with fresh details emerging that he was not killed by a stone hurled by protesters, as earlier reported. Police officers present during the protest told NTV that their colleague missed a step when hopping back on to their Toyota Land Cruiser while trying to escape the rowdy protesters and was crushed under the wheels as the vehicle sped off. Follow me so far? Attached to the Keroka police station in Nyamira County, Corporal Odur was commanding a team of officers trying to quell anti-government protests called by Azimio. And according to an earlier report, Odur was seriously injured by protesters and was rushed to the Aga Khan hospital, where he later died while undergoing treatment at the ICU. The narrative now appears to be nothing but a smokescreen to cover up the real cause of Odur's death. At first, the police signal stated that Odur was overwhelmed by protesters who descended on him with kicks and blows. Later on, Mr. Noah Muivanda, who was the Nyanza Regional Police Commander at the time, but was recalled to the police headquarters Tuesday, said the corporal was hit by a stone launched from a giant homemade catapult near Jamia Supermarket. That's what they said.
What?
Incidentally, the second version of the events emerged a day after a video made the rounds showing at least 4 men operating such a contraption. This account is a lie, according to one source, or according to NTV source, who sought anonymity for security reasons. The source said Odur was trying to hurriedly climb onto the co-driver's seat while beating a nasty retreat after they were overpowered by protesters. But as he was trying to do this and the vehicle was in motion, he missed his step and fell. The vehicle then proceeded to run him over, and they have this on video, so you can't really lie about that now, can you? Surprisingly, the other officers did not stop the vehicle to help their injured colleague, but proceeded to the station to get a refill of tear gas before coming back to repulse the crowds. Alikimbia kuingia kwa gari mbele. Gari ilikuwa imetoka, so everyone was following the vehicle. So Ben akienda kuboard mbele, he missed a step, akaanguka. Right leg ikaingia chini ya gari, gari ikampita juu. That is what they said. A post-mortem report seen exposed the inconsistencies in the explanation given by the police of Mr. Odoor's death after revealing that the officer had no injuries in his upper body. Remember, they said the stone hit his head.
So this car that ran over him ran over only his lower body. He had no injuries on his upper body.
They're saying, so with all details, Yes. So according to a post-mortem report, it exposed the inconsistencies in the explanation given by the police of Mr. Odoor's death after revealing that the officer bears no injuries on the upper body. That's what it says. The report showed that his lower body from the waist down was entirely crushed. His family said his phone, which was in his pocket, was extensively damaged. Before his transfer from Kisumu, Mr. Mwivanda told reporters that 2 suspects were arrested over the corporal's death and were to be charged with murder. They said that the stone hit him in the head, but he did not have any cranial injury.
Or any upper body injury at all. So not even his chest, not his back, nothing.
His lower body was completely crushed.
But his lower body is crushed.
Yeah.
Must have been a painful
So
death,
now the
man.
police are on the spot over their initial story.
Must have been a painful death.
It must have been very painful.
Because then you can imagine it wasn't an instantaneous death.
No, because he was taken to hospital later, but he died in hospital. Okay. Key questions remain unanswered.
That kind of injury, though. Okay, it didn't have to die.
Go ahead, Eric, ask your question.
Lower body, legs crushed, died.
Internal bleeding is highly possible.
But I think it is more because lower body starts from around the waist down. Now, whatever else was damaged in that process.
Internal bleeding is actually much more dangerous than any external.
Because if certain blood vessels were severed, then or you were going to bleed, you're going to bleed out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Where?
So just let me tell you, questions are arising. Why would the police, whose credibility and authenticity in reporting happenings that should be unquestionable, why would they give a false report on their colleague's death? Police spokesperson Resila Onyango has requested for some time to get in touch with the Nyanza Police Command and get back to you. I have to get to the region where the incident happened and get the right information before I can come and talk to you on the matter.
That is a fair statement.
Yeah.
Yes, she needs to go and do her own investigations. I'm sure she got the report she heard and says,
let me go and see.
Let me go by myself, ask the questions, then I'll be able to respond appropriately.
Where?
Not pleasant, is it?
Yeah.
Not at all.
Not at all. So, we've been waiting for maize, senior. Maize, rice, blah, 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 blah. Okay? A National Assembly committee wants the Kenya National Trading Corporation to increase its distribution lines and ensure imported food reaches vulnerable households. Ships with rice and maize imported under the government's program to stabilize prices of essential consumer goods have started to arrive at the port of Mombasa. Yesterday, MPs toured KNTC's warehouses in Mombasa to inspect the shipment of rice, which is part of the affordable essential consumer goods that will be distributed. The Parliamentary Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives said the corporation should increase its delivery. As representatives of the people, we want a system put in place to ensure the vulnerable people in the villages benefit from this project. That was said by the committee chairman, James Gakuya, who is the MP for where? Embakasi, which one? Embakasi of Dandora.
West.
Was it West?
It was West because...
Is it West or East?
No, it's not East. Babuino is East.
Then it's West. Because is there any Embakasi South?
Babuino is East.
Yeah.
Not South.
Is there a South, really?
Babuino is East.
then brother here is...
He was West, I remember. Yeah. When he said the West is just Dadora. Yes.
Yes. So he's the chairman, and he had taken his team to Mombasa to inspect the warehouse. We want to see with our own eyes that there is rice in this thing. He stories. No. The Embakasi North MP said KNTC must ensure KNTC must ensure the distribution channel is well mapped to safeguard the interests of the consumers at the grassroots. KNTC officials say they are already buying rice from farmers in Mount Kenya and Western, but the MP said the committee sought to understand from KNTC the process and challenges encountered in this program. They were taken through the warehouses in Shimanzi, by KMTC Company Secretary Jessica Nyamwaya. Aldai MP Marianne Keitany, Committee Vice Chair, said the 200,000 distribution channels being used to supply essential goods across the country are inadequate. Ongesa ingine, that's what they're saying. Umeona biashara hapo City?
Biashara ilifanywa kitambo, my friend.
Isha. Lakini wanaongeza.
By the time you're seeing the rice, the maize, the beans, the oil in the warehouses,
channel, blah blah blah.
Man, that thing was concluded a long time ago. We're talking about history here. We're talking about the past. I mean, this is the real beauty of it, the magic. You think you're in the present, but actually you're in the past. So.
Yeah. Don't be a story.
I want to look at a story that is next to that story about the 200 families ordered to vacate sinking story building in Kiambu. That one, what I said is adequate. Okay? Or you want me to continue with it?
No, you. Tell us both stories.
All right. The Kiambu government has said that the approvals for the development, which have been in existence for the last 10 years, there are around 14 units with occupants, okay? Now, it said that together with the developer, the security team have decided that the tenants should be vacate the buildings immediately to avert disaster. They reached a decision that all tenants should vacate and houses today to prevent any incidences that would, while our engineers are investigating to find out why the building is sinking and report back. So, this is being stated by a lady by the name of Mudhoni. They're going to ask me, who is Mudhoni? Okay. The Municipal Administration and Urban Development Executive Officer. Huh?
Yeah.
I'm explaining. It's called Salome Mudhoni. Okay. She's the one who's commenting on these issues. Okay. And they're saying they involved engineers from the National Construction Authority. Were they not involved when this thing was being put in place?
They were.
Again, this one, we're dealing with history here. The sinking of this building has nothing to do with these rains, because it didn't rain in the space where these buildings are in Kiambu. It rained all over Kiambu. Okay, so why is it that we don't hear this story of other buildings in that same place, in buildings which are even older? Why don't we hear them having the same problem? If you brought in the discussion and you brought in the National Construction Authority, then we have to ask, what role did you play in ensuring that this building, when it was being put, met the standards? Because they have to be consulted.
But you remember, CT, remember the day we hosted 2 experienced planners?
I recall very vividly.
Who were senior in City Hall.
Very senior.
And they told us one of the challenges that they have is they are the ones to give approvals, but they don't have one capacity to actually go down and inspect and ensure enforcement. Right? Same thing we were told by the boss of NCA. The thing about NCA is, we regulate, we license contractors, we license people who are working here, we license, and in case of complaints, we address. But the daily visits to enforce and inspect, they also don't have the capacity. So you find that the people who now just go around in Kanjo vehicles, Kiambu is notorious for this. They'll go, they'll find a building coming up, they'll just say, toa kitu, next to the building, next building, next building, next building. So there's zero enforcement of standards in our construction industry. And this is why we see all these things. Because somebody came and said that the engineer is MS Ndu, engineering consultants, blah, 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 blah. That's the person who actually signed up the paper so they can go for approval. But when the developer gets on the ground, they change the engineer. It's not going to be that. The engineer is going to be Kamau Joroge Services. Amejenga nyumba nyingi sana hapa. Huyo mtu.
Hawezi fanya makosa.
Akipima hivi nyumba hivi na kafiro inasimama.
Kwanza anatumia macho sababu
hivi inasimama. That is the engineer who's used on the ground. Na sasa tuambie. Hii hapa hivi mzee unanunua tu 12 washa kununua chuma mzito. Hiyo tukiweka 12 sita. Because itasimama.
So the 12 is bought. And now then it rains. And then
all the 612s.
You know what is also interesting? Bend. If you go to the Digwa, you will understand.
Where?
The Ndigwa. This problem is in the Ndigwa, to be precise. The Ndigwa that you like. What you will find is that some parts of the Ndigwa, okay, was essentially marshland.
Yep.
Notorious for retaining a lot of water.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, when you build on it, nature, you don't consult nature adequately. Okay? Nature will do what it does best. It'll speak to you in a language that it understands, and you may not particularly appreciate it. So the question you want to ask is, was this building put in one of those particular areas? And if indeed it was due diligence brought to bear and ensure that it was actually done when these buildings were being put up? Because you ask that question, how many buildings are there in Kiambu that are close to 100 years old and haven't moved an inch? No crack, nothing. How does that happen? Yes, exactly. Why is it that this is a story we hear of new buildings? Why? So what is it that's happening? Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
We must ask.
These questions must be asked in terms of building the capacity of the counties to make sure that you have adequate, all those people who are required in that space. Cholera has killed 2 people in Nairobi, and 40 cases have been confirmed. And these 2 people have died in the last 2 days in Nairobi. This was confirmed by County Assembly Health Committee Chairman Maurice Ochieng during a meeting with the health executive. 40 cases were confirmed in Ngando ward, where 2 people were confirmed dead after being hospitalized for 2 days. We have urged the executive to be on high alert so that the outbreak can be contained as soon as possible. Ochieng added he is a Mountain View ward representative. He said measures that the county will take include crackdown of food vendors who do not comply with simple rules like operating in a clean environment and acquiring necessary documents. The crackdown will not only be carried out in estates but also the city centre, which has been invaded by food vendors. We will not target specific people but anyone who's selling something that can cause such diseases. Some areas identified by the county as cholera hotspots include Kangemi, Matopeni, Ngando and Kamukunji. The Health Ministry has directed county and sub-county teams to notify health workers of the cholera outbreak alerts. Be on the lookout. That's the word. Be on the lookout. There's cholera just doing the thing around.
Have we had findings of what it is that caused the problems in Western Kenya with the schools that were shut down? What brought about the problems that were encountered by the students, which even brought about some deaths?
So there was a report last evening, and they're saying that in both cases that it was an issue of poor sanitation. And this is what then affected the food storage. And if you look at the foods that they were eating in the morning, it was grain-based and pulse-based, uji and githeri. So that is where the problem came from, and this is why they've asked everybody to go home so that they can now employ proper sanitation measures and then go back to proper storage.
I will tell us that in greater detail in the next hour. Can you pull out the report?
I'll find it.
Tafuta your report, you tuambie tafadhali. Yeah, this is Kenya's biggest conversation. Happy Easter, everybody. Thank you very much for waking up early, wherever you're tuned in from, whether you're on the road, driving somewhere, or walking somewhere, or you're waking up and just sitting at home, just listening, or you're going to work, or you're already at work. You are on night shift, and you're still so much awake. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. Fierce exchange of words continue to be witnessed in public as the government and opposition disagree on how to approach the dialogue aimed at solving the grievances raised by Odinga. President William Ruto maintains that his government will only engage the opposition in parliament through the means provided for by the constitution, adding that there will be no handshake. This as the opposition continues to state that all issues raised must be addressed, failure to which they will return to the streets to demand that their issues be heard and sorted out.
The rights to assemble, demonstrate, petition, and speak are ironclad as provided for in our Constitution. 3. We reserve our right to call for demonstrations should this process not bear fruit.
Mimi nauliza nyinyi watu wa Nyandarua, mimi niwaulize. Hata tufanye maandamano kutoka asubuhi mpaka jioni. Hata tuweke sufuria kwa kichwa na tuongeze kwa mgongo. Bei ya chakula itashuka chini. Si lazima tuwasaidie nyinyi wakulima, ndio muzalishe chakula, ndio tuweze kuondoa njaa. Sijui nani atawafundisha wale majamaa wa sufuria kwa kichwa.
Mwini Odinga and his supporters insist that they do not need handshake and want experts to be involved in the whole exercise, a stunt that has been opposed by President William Ruto.
Mimi nauliza nyinyi watu wa Nyandarua, mimi niwaulize. Hata tufanye maandamano kutoka asubuhi mpaka jioni. Hata tuweke sufuria kwa kichwa na tuongeze kwa mgongo. Bei ya chakula itashuka chini. Si lazima tuwasaidie nyinyi wakulima, ndio muzalishe chakula, ndio tuweze kuondoa njaa. Sijui nani atawafundisha wale majamaa wa.
In the meantime, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua now says that it is Azimio's side that reached out to President William Ruto first so as to find a solution to their grievances. Speaking in Limuru, Gachagua reiterated that there is no other way to engage dialogue if not through Parliament.
These people reached out to our president. They said they have reached a dead end. They want an exit strategy. The president said, fine, go and discuss your issues in Parliament. No problem. President called us and told us, we said, fine. Call off the protests, go and talk in Parliament. Fair enough. Go and discuss within the Constitution, within the law.
He added that the government is not in any way threatened by opposition's call to return to the protest as long as there is no damage to property.
They are threatening to go back to the streets. No problem. The streets are there. They have gone nowhere. We are there. We have gone nowhere. But I want to say, like I said last Saturday, no one, and I repeat, no one will destroy any property belonging to the people of Kenya. It will not happen. Na mimi niseme mimi sina maneno, mimi wasiniingilie, mimi nafanya kazi yangu.
Gachagua's sentiments were echoed by other Kenya Kwanza leaders led by Majority Leader in the National Assembly Kimani Ichung'wah, who rubbished the call by Azimio leader Raila Odinga for talks that mirrored the 2008 National Accord. And Narok Senator Ledamo Lekina has defended Azimio Party's demand for an externally mediated national dialogue, saying opposition leader Raila Odinga had no intention to bargain for a coalition with President William Ruto. Odinga has demanded for a national dialogue fashioned as the 2008 National Accord talks, mediated by former United Nations Secretary General Kofi Annan, that saw President Mwai Kibaki appoint him as Prime Minister. He walked back from the initial acceptance of a bipartisan parliamentary process proposed by President William Ruto after weeks of destructive street protests that saw demonstrators loot business and vandalize infrastructure in Nairobi and Kisumu. And former Kitui Governor Charity Ngilu has re-emerged, ending her conspicuous absence in national politics after the Azimio parties suffered a shock defeat to UDA. Ngilu, a sworn critic of President William Ruto, had sustained attacks against the then Deputy President, and she angled for a cabinet slot anticipating Raila Odinga's victory. Speaking at an Azimio retreat led by Raila Odinga, Ngilu appeared to take on Ruto. Ngilu, who was kept off anti-government protest by Azimio, challenged the alliance's young leaders to confront Ruto, saying it was their turn to eat tear gas. And various activities in county governments may continue to stall due to lack of funds that have been delayed for 4 months now. This has forced governors to suspend the implementation of various projects and disruption of service delivery. The governors are now staring at a possibility of go-slows in their respective counties by workers and suppliers. Council of Governors Finance Committee Chairperson Fernandez Baraza says the situation has continued to worsen despite the governors trying every means to find funds to meet various needs in the county. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
Not really much. That accident that happened right around China Square and then heading outbound. A bit of a problem today. Folks are still trying to clear that up, and you ask that if you're heading in that direction, please approach with caution. And they're trying to figure that out. Okay. There's a lot of outbound traffic today. Another accident has happened, unfortunately, at the Great Rift Lodge. That's the Nairobi Eldoret Road. folks are using that to get out. It's unfortunate. There's some recklessness that we're seeing on the roads today because they're slightly empty. So please be very, very careful. 2 accidents so far, and they're not good ones. Not that any one is a good one, but in terms of it being terrible, this is quite high on the terrible factor. So please be extremely careful as you're heading out of Nairobi. Quite a number of folks are doing that this morning. Within the city, we're not seeing too much traffic. We'll keep an update on what's happening on the roads. Let us know. Slippery in some parts because of rain that's coming down. Spice FMKE on Twitter.
Seven minutes after 7. Good morning. How you doing? Happy Easter. Welcome to the second hour of the Situation Room. If you're just joining us, Asante Sana. We live on Spice FM, KTN Home, and online on YouTube and Facebook, where we live stream the show every morning. You can catch up with the conversations. If for any reason you're not able to join us live in the morning, you can catch up later. What's happening? Where are all those people crossing the road? And where is that?
Sheesh.
This looks like Outer Ring Road.
It is.
This is crossing from one side of Tassian to the other side of Pipeline. Where? Where? Okay.
A disaster waiting to happen.
We will be talking about...
But people, the footbridges are the people... That the story is that people don't want to use the footbridge.
There's footbridge.
Why don't they want to use the footbridge?
It's far.
How far is the footbridge from here? Is there a footpath to the footbridge?
That's a good question. But people are risking their lives. They'd rather do this than get on the footbridge.
All right. Okay. At 8 o'clock, we'll have a Constant Cup to talk about some of these issues. You're right. A socially just public transport system in this country. Higher. Bwana Muga, final day of our proverbs from the Republic of Congo.
Final day, yes. From our Republic of
Congo.
Yes. About that matter you spoke of earlier on, indeed, it doesn't bother Mozambique because DRC decided to slither in between.
Angola.
Yes,
Angola.
Did I say Mozambique?
You did.
And what did I mean?
Angola.
Thank you very much.
Very good. It's the Portuguese in you.
A tree cannot stand without roots.
A tree cannot stand without roots. A tree cannot stand without roots. I can't wait for our guests to come here today and hear their interpretation of this one. A tree cannot stand without roots. Okay, it's an obvious thing. It's like you can't blink if you don't have an eye. Like, really. You cannot walk. A person cannot walk without legs. Yeah.
Okay. A tree cannot stand without roots. It's an obviosity.
So then. Okay. So things are happening in our school system. Did you get the report?
Yes. Okay.
So let's start.
So in these stories that happened at Mukumu Girls and then later on that happened at Butere Boys High School, both in Kakamega County, we saw that quite a number of people were hospitalized. 1,500 boys were sent home Wednesday when more than 100 of them then suffered the same symptoms. And note that we're looking at the same symptoms of a tummy ache and diarrhea. Some of them having to go to hospital, getting replacement therapy, etc., water replacement therapy. But there was no infection in terms of a bacteria. That's interesting to note because then antibiotics were not administered. In the 3 cases, some results are still being waited for, but the initial reports are stating that they would have passed on because of severe dehydration as a result of the severe diarrhea that they had been facing. The 244 girls who had been admitted to hospital in 7 days, coming from Mukumu girls, all had the same symptoms, majority of whom then had been later discharged after taking the water replacement therapy. On further investigations by health officials at the county and national level from the Ministry of Health, it was found that the storage areas where they put their grains and their beans had a moisture problem.
Okay.
Moisture problem in most cases leading to what?
Aflatoxin. Yes.
Now, the only way for them to be able to do that was, number one, get rid of all the current storage that they have, because there's no telling how much of it had been infected. It's already been contaminated. So they had been ordered, number one, to get rid of the current storage, and then number two, sanitize properly. They can only do that when these children are out of school.
Okay. So moisture problem. What causes the moisture problem?
It could be many things.
Including?
There could be a leak.
Including?
There could be a leak from water pipes in the walls. There could be that the area is just not aerated. The rains have come also.
Aeration.
There could be a leak in the roof because of rains, and then you have extra water coming in. They've not stated what exactly is causing the moisture, but there was a moisture problem.
So basically the stores are damp.
Yes, and in both of these schools. Okay?
Yeah.
There is also the problem specifically at Butere, where one problem was a leakage problem. Now, they could not tell if the leakage from some of these pipes came from, was connected to the sewage system, which is now one of the things that they're also trying to
There was
check.
a leakage in some of the pipes
that were
in the storage.
leading to the storage area. Now, what they couldn't tell is if this leakage is connected to the sewage
There's some sewer system somewhere where the sewer is leaking into this pipe, which is leaking into... okay.
Which is now why the head said, everybody...
Go home.
Go home. So that we can now check. And as soon as we find out what's wrong, we fix it, and then we can ask you to come back. But the initial reports of there being cholera, as you can see from the national report of 2 people having died from cholera in Nairobi with over 40 cases, these are not cholera cases.
So this is not cholera
No,
that's caused the incidences in both schools?
In both schools.
Cholera ruled out?
Ruled out
okay.
for cholera. It's a sanitation problem, and the sanitation problem is being dealt with by all students having been, as of yesterday evening, all students having been sent home as they deal with the areas of storage.
You do know that when you talk cholera and sanitation, you talk
Same
about...
thing.
Precisely. You talk about twins.
Same
who are-
was up.
Yeah.
Kabisa.
But now...
Unless you're saying it's something else. So dampness, blah, 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 aflatoxin, blah, 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 something else.
So you're going to eat that food that's been infected, you will get a tummy ache.
That
you
food
will
was
have-
cooked.
Yes. But it's like fluorosis. Whether or if you have water that has a high fluoride content, right?
It doesn't matter how much
drink
you
the water.
boil it.
If you want to boil it until it's death, but you still ingest it, it's still in the system.
Fluoride is still fluoride.
Yeah.
Yes. You see, perhaps there is a more comprehensive report that will follow.
I'm sure there will be.
But these explanations, in my mind, are inadequate.
They're still
Still not
preliminary.
there. Yeah.
Yes, it gives you an indication of the direction this thing is taking, but it doesn't give you the sort of breakdown of what they know, not know to be the problem, because in the absence of that, how then do you resolve it if
That's
you don't
true.
really know what
That's
the
true.
problem was?
Another issue here is that also we do not have the collated medical report from the tests done on each and every one of those who were hospitalized. That is still yet to come out. Also, you do not have the conclusive postmortem results from the 3 girls who passed. That is still being waited on, all right?
Okay. Yeah.
But the one thing that is worrying, according to now what health officials are saying last evening, one thing that is worrying for them, that in Mukumu girls specifically, the same thing happened last year, 2022, at around the same time. It was not as high in terms of those who were suffering symptoms and those who had to be hospitalized, but the same thing happened. So there's something that is not being done right. Health officials and also the PS, Ministry of Health, then said last evening that they wanted to make sure that there was not a lingering and consistent issue, having seen that this issue has repeated itself.
Yeah.
Okay? So that is what is worrying, that the same thing happened, but it kind of was like, okay, quiet, move on, nobody died. This time somebody died. is it possible that something worse could happen? So whatever the issue is specifically with the sanitation, because right now it seems to be a blanket statement, sanitation problem, we'll clean it up and make sure that it's not, or that where you're storing your food, if that room is damp for whatever reason because of the location in the building or the location in the area, move it somewhere else. Have your storage somewhere else. It seems that you know that the area is damp, but you're not going to be creative enough to move your storage somewhere else. Move it, essentially, is what is being said now. So for Butere boys, it was clear that there's a leak somewhere. The sanitation is not up to scratch, and that has to be sorted out before anybody can come back to school, and they get rid of their current storage.
Dr. Belio Kipsang, the PS for basic education, was in those schools. Now, is there any indication of what instructions have been given to the school heads across the country on what to look out for? Because you've seen this thing happening here. So you've seen there's a possibility of, because of the storage, the dampness, contamination, aflatoxin, grain. There's another possibility because of the rains, blah, 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 contamination, sewer seeping into drinking water and all these other things. And we're talking about around 4,000 students are now at home from these two schools because of this particular incident. What is being done? For example, to do an immediate spot check across all the schools. All heads have been given instructions. Do this, do the other. Given some protocol. Follow this, check. And if you find an issue, address it immediately. Or if you find an issue that reaches this point, escalate it. And then we make a decision whether to send the children home, whether to get rid of all the grain, all those things. What are we doing to avert a third incident?
It would be nice if something like that was being done, wouldn't it? But unfortunately, we've not seen any indication of that. And usually, unfortunately, that the state towards most things is reactive. It's reactive. You're not going to have such a thing happen.
It's like, it's okay.
Until something like death occurs. Okay? It would be great. Do you remember Sacred Heart School, the one we were referring to yesterday? That's the name of that school.
Mukumu, yeah.
No, I'm talking about now the school collapse a few years ago. It was after that school collapse that then CS Magoha said, you know what? Do an audit of all the schools in the country and come back to me by August 31st and tell me exactly what is going on. If that report then had been done, it definitely was not made public because we do not know the state of schools in terms of their structure and safety. But unfortunately, most of this is the reactive nature of things is a problem. That there is actually no initiative to make sure that you have a standard way of operation. Especially when it comes to things like this. Sanitation, storage of food, things that could get extremely sensitive. You may find that the PS would say, okay guys, we need to make sure that everything is going on. That's great. But for me, that needs to happen with regularity. It needs to happen with regularity, especially because schools, you're going to be storing bulk amounts of food at any one time.
As you should.
It's going to happen. So what are you doing to make sure that at all times, the minimum standards for food storage have been met? Because are you going to wait for another 250 students to get sick before you now say, okay, are our standards up to scratch? But the reactive nature of things, unfortunately, is what we are seeing here. And what you're prescribing, Eric, makes absolute sense. But unfortunately, that's just not going to happen until something else goes bad. That's just unfortunate.
It's a sad bit, because that's the first thing that you'd like to hear from the minister. So the minister, maybe the CS is not in the country, but the PS is around. The PS should be speaking. The school is Precious Talent, the one here.
Precious Talent, thank you.
Sacred Heart Mukumu is the one in Kakamega.
Yeah, thank you.
The PS should now be addressing the country and saying, look, so this is the unfortunate thing that has happened. We are investigating to find out what has happened. We are speaking to this community of this in that school. Of course, when the PS visited, did not find any parent. There are 2,000 children, and they've gone home. They are with their parents. They need to hear what's happening. We have reached out to. We are speaking to the 2,000, 4,000 parents, assuming that every child here is.
Two-parent home.
4,000 parents from this. Schools, but also countrywide. This is what is happening, and we want to address this matter this way. So in case a new head teacher from another school basically finds out that there's an issue and they decide to send their children home, you don't panic. You know, okay, it's because they've inspected, they're sending the children home for a week, and then the children can go back home. manage this situation in terms of a conversation. We'd like to see that happening. 3 children dying, it's 3 children too many.
Yes.
Those are 3 children who have died. We cannot wait to see another 200 children hospitalized somewhere else in the country, or another 1 child dying.
You know, it's a pattern. Huh? Just take, for instance, the story of precious talent.
Yeah.
What did we find? That indeed a team from the ministry had actually looked at the school and had issued a report.
Yes, they had.
Condemning certain buildings, if you recall. It wasn't.
And precious talent was on the list.
It was on the list, meaning there is a team that actually did that. There were schools in those sides of there were schools all over the country where they said this is what should happen. Was that followed through? No. Which means those who go around ensuring that the buildings in which children are receiving the education is sound did their job. Now there's another group of people who are supposed to do yet another job. Ensure that if this isn't followed, perhaps you shut down that school until things are sorted out, or licenses are given by the Ministry of Education. Are they not? Okay. We did not hear of any of that. That's number one. But why I'm saying there's a pattern, I'm starting with the issue of the schools being built, how they're built, the buildings itself, the buildings themselves. Then I am looking at the problems that we keep hearing that emanate from, should we say, there are those who say it is discipline issues among the students, but we listen to what else they say and they complain about regarding the schools that they are in. Okay? Now this matter of food has come up. Then there was the issue of fees. The ministry says fees should not be paid at this level, or this is what should happen.
Yeah, or don't send them home or whatever.
Yes, don't send them. But what do you hear? Children are sent home. And the ministry has issued. Have you heard of any headmaster who's been called in to be disciplined for sending children home? I haven't. Maybe you have.
No.
The issue of fees. How many times are we had this back and forth and back and forth and back and forth? The ministry says this. The head teachers go and do something completely different. Now, the Ministry of Education are the ones who by law have the mandate to ensure that they manage the education of the young people in this country. Now, through the TSC pays these teachers. Are you telling me that when we hear these things happening, that the TSC can't quite manage their docket? Are we saying that the TSC can't do what they're supposed to do? Are we saying that the ministry can't do what they're supposed to do? Now, someone will say, but it's only 1 or 2 schools. Well, these things shouldn't happen. It's not that we're going to judge it by the minuscule numbers of schools that have a problem. The problem shouldn't be there. They absolutely shouldn't be there.
What?
When a school is burnt down, are we going to have the conversation and say, well, it was only 1 school? Or if children die, and we say, well, only 3 children died.
Yeah, we have 10 million children in schools.
Yes, so only 3 died, really.
But the sad answer is yes.
Yes, it is.
The sad answer is that actually, yes.
And you know where I'm going with this? I am going with the CBC. And I'm talking about students who are supposed to have begun their
learning.
Yes. How has that gone so far?
Oh, it's going very well, CT. It's going very well. Money has finally been disbursed.
And
they are now waiting for it to get into their accounts, so then it can start now. You know what, CT?
Yes.
We have an education problem in this country. It's actually a crisis. Let's not sugarcoat this thing and call it many other things. We have an education crisis in Kenya. And unless we are talking about such, we are not addressing issues. We have our leaders in parliament, we have our leaders across the country who are not thinking about children. They're thinking about everything else. Oh, cost of living. Okay, so that's what we can deal with. Now we need to talk about these servers. We need to talk about this. We need to have conversation in parliament. We need to have it outside parliament. But the main issues that's affecting Kenyans are not being addressed. Education is one big one. We have asked this question very many times on this show. When was the last time you saw a brand new school built?
A government school.
A government school built in your ward. When was the last time you saw one new school built? No school here. Here is a school that can address the children in that ward.
Or the overcrowding that we see in the schools that exist.
Because what we end up with is now this kind of thing that we have. Overcrowding in schools. When you see a school like Mukumu Girls, Sacred Heart Mukumu Girls,
it's an old school.
It's an old school. It has over 2,000 students today. It wasn't built for 2,000
No,
students.
it wasn't. It wasn't.
Look at all these schools. And if you look at the student population, let's say 20 years ago, and the student population today, look at the infrastructure that was there 20 years ago and the infrastructure today, it is not matching.
No.
The school population has tripled in the last 20 years. The school infrastructure has not tripled in terms of development. What conversations are we having about that? Why are we not having those conversations? The number of teachers, are they adequate to address this? So you have a school that now has to think of having 10 streams per class. 10 streams. Form 1, you're admitting 900 children.
In one school.
One school. Because you have to receive 900 children coming to this school for Form 1. How many streams are you talking about? And this is replicated across the country. It was the case in the school that our friend Edwin was telling us the other day. It was the case that everywhere, this is what's happening. This is what we were told about Gatina in Nairobi, in Dagoretti North. The number of schools. So we have an issue with infrastructure. We have not built a proper infrastructure. We have an issue with funding. We call it free education, free primary education, free day secondary education. A majority of our schools in this country are day secondary education, day secondary schools. They are not getting adequate funding. So it ends up going into school fees issue. People don't have money that they ought to be raising to pay school fees. It's an entire baggage that we have, and we're not addressing it. And yet, every year, this is the second highest budget item.
Yeah, and every year
Second
you keep
to security.
admitting. Yeah, and every year you keep admitting 1 million odd students into the same.
Every year, we are giving birth to 1 million children.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And we're adding more.
5 years, they start going to school. In 7 years, they're in grade 1.
Is it going to take a burst at the seams of this for something to be done about it? Because look, you're talking about the hardware of education, your classrooms, your labs, your etc., etc. And then you're also talking about the software of the system as well. Adequate in terms of teachers and placing them where they should be.
Yep.
Adequate in terms of funding, which is the fuel for which this needs to happen. Even you call it the biggest budget item in, or the second biggest budget item.
It's the biggest
every year, right? But does it translate? And that's for me, it should. Does it translate then into making sure that quality is delivered across all levels? And when we talk about decategorization of schools, for me, in as much as that's a very important subject, it is far removed from the reality in terms of what's happening today. When will you start having a decategorization conversation? When, for example, schools opened in January, and in late March is when Treasury is having some kind of conversation about, okay, let's start delivering this money. When in November you were talking that you're going to need 70,000 new teachers, and then you say, okay, well, we can do, according to the TSC, we can do 30,000. And in February, those 30,000, where are they? Okay, finally you get the 30,000 and they start putting, and then they come and tell you, okay, you've come, thank you very much, you've come to teach high school, thanks. However, I have a math problem in grade 4. So thank you for coming. That is where you're going. You as the teacher, you say, well, it's either that or I don't have a job, nay? So you're going to do it. So hardware, software,
we have a very big issue.
Between education is taking a big broad.
If we were to talk about anything, if we were to talk about any, bipartisan, multipartisan, whatever kind of dialogue, it should start with education. Our children are not getting what they should be getting in schools. They're not. And somebody can come here and sit down and start to justify, but you see, we have...
Look at where we've come from.
For the last X number of years, we've now hired X number of more teachers. In fact, since President Ruto came in and he has said, we're going to hire, and we've started hiring. You remember Kibaki hired, Uhuru hired, the number of teachers that were there. We have to go to keep acknowledging. Yeah, we can acknowledge. But let's also acknowledge that our population is growing by 1 million per year. Our population is 75% below 35. Our population is actually a very high percentage below 18. All those children are in school. What kind of facilities do we have? What kind of infrastructure do we have? What kind of teachers do we have? What are we teaching them? Our CBC is in shambles. I was telling you, CT, here's a story on page 18 of the Standard this morning. At least 9.6 billion shillings has finally been released as capitation to junior secondary schools.
On today is what date?
Today
Please.
is the 7th of April.
They went to school 2 months ago. They went to school on 6th February.
That's when they reported for grade 7.
Yes.
Okay. 2 months later, the finally 9.6 billion shillings has been released. The government has also disbursed 15 million textbooks for JSS. Principal Secretary for Basic Education, Dr. Belio Kipsang, said the Ministry of Education released the amount to implement the JSS program across the country. He was speaking when he toured the Sacred Heart Mukumu Girls High School on Wednesday. Kipsang said the government has made good progress in terms of stabilizing the JSS program. I want to say that at the beginning of the week, we released 9.6 billion shillings capitation to junior secondary schools, and I can tell the public that the government is making good progress in terms of settling down the JSS. We are at 80% in terms of books distribution to JSS. On Monday, we distributed 15 million books out of 18 million books that are required for our grade 7 learners.
No.
2 months down the road is when you're saying you released 15
and you don't
million
deserve
books.
a pat on the back for that, for doing some lackadaisical, mediocre work. I'm sorry, but
Hold
you
on,
don't
let me
deserve a
continue.
slap on the pat on the back.
Let me continue. He said the TSC has so far posted 30,000 teachers that were recruited.
Posted them where exactly?
We are settling the issue of JSS, and we believe that by the time our kids return from Easter holidays, grade 7 will be fully settled down. And by the time we close schools, the government will have fully settled the matter of JSS.
Excuse me.
By the time term 1 is over.
Excuse me. By the time we come back from Easter holidays, it's Tuesday next week. Term 1 ends a week after that. Are you hearing what I'm saying?
The term ends a week after that.
The term ends on the 20th of April.
So by the time now, you see we are at 80%. By end of next week, we'll have fully settled.
Can I ask a simple question?
Don't ask.
Please,
Why are you asking simple questions?
Please.
Okay, ask a complicated question. If Eric doesn't want to hear the simple ones.
Asking simple things.
Yes.
What quality of education then did you deliver between February 6th and April 6th to these grade 7 learners?
You see, we were settling down the JSS.
I ask again, what quality of education did you deliver in the 75% of the term? So essentially, we are saying that term 1 is just
we are going to conduct a qualitative research at the end of this year to see now the kind of impact and the quality that was delivered. I cannot answer a quality question just like that.
Can you imagine? It's almost laughable, because laughable in a painful manner, that we are saying, okay, the first term has ended and we're now at 80% of what we should have delivered.
When they come to
come back to come and close school, we'll now have reached
Let's take
maybe.
a break.
Hey God!
Don't ask questions about quality. Quality is not a question you ask and you get a straight up answer like that. Quality is not counting like beans. How many bags of maize have you delivered in that school? That is not how you ask quality. What's the quality of the maize I have to test?
Our flat top people will die.
Tell us about Showmax. There's a new show on Showmax.
Somebody died.
That's a better, simpler thing to talk about.
Leo Langat, wealthy businessman, doing the thing, and then one day, motor accident, boom. Father guy does what? Unfortunately, he dies. Children started popping up from everywhere. They did not know what their father had been involved in, but they knew they wanted a piece of the action. Showmax's new show, Second Family, premieres, and all you need to do to find out more about the intrigues of a Second Family and what happened after Langat's death, you need to log on, showmax.com, pay a subscription, watch and enjoy.
Happy Easter. We'll be back shortly. Let's take a break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanyan.
Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It gets over
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
what the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, because
major. The sun is trying to do that thing at 16 degrees, partly cloudy conditions in Nairobi, highs of 25. And we'll see highs of 26 in a sunny Nakuru. It's mostly sunny at 13 in Nyeri, highs of 25. And 24 will be the high in Eldoret, where it's sunny at 12. Partly sunny conditions at 27 in Mombasa, and we'll see partly sunny conditions at 27 in Malindi, with highs of 32. It's sunny at 19 in Kisumu, and we'll see sunny conditions through Kakamega, going to highs of 29. Into a clear Kampala at 20, highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 30 in a sunny Dar es Salaam. It's 11 degrees and clear in Johannesburg with highs of 24. We'll see highs of 33 in Lagos, where it's currently cloudy at 28. And Kinshasa will go to highs of 33. It's currently 24 and cloudy. Okay, 2 accidents that we could have avoided this morning, but they've happened. Outbound traffic going through Eldoret. There's that accident that has happened there, folks. So please watch out for that as you're going out in that direction. As you know, many folks are traveling today. And there's also outbound on the Thika Superhighway that has happened right at the China Center. What we're hearing is that police are still trying to sort that out. Unfortunately, it was a fatal one. So please, guys, be careful. I know that quite a number of folks are traveling this morning. So outbound traffic is quite heavy. As you approach the Thika Superhighway this morning, outbound, please be careful. Watch out for that. All right, what else are we looking at in terms of traffic? Not much, just a normal buzz of traffic in the city this morning. Spice FM KE on Twitter. Talk to us as we try to keep things moving.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life.
(22:08). The conversation continues. Yeah, we have an education issue in this country, and this is what we're talking about this morning. Yeah, grade 7 students. Finally, money was released on Monday this week for JSS. And this is 2 months after the children reported to school.
Yeah.
30,000 teachers have reportedly been recruited by the TSC. 30,000 teachers, and how many JSS schools across the country?
Eric.
Because these are the teachers who are going exclusively for JSS.
I understand.
We are not transferring secondary school teachers to JSS.
These are
we are not transferring primary school teachers to JSS. These teachers are going for JSS. How many schools do we have in the country that have a JSS classroom in grade 7?
Eric.
20,000 of them have been approved to host JSS, according to the Ministry of Education.
Mm-hmm.
So you have 30,000?
Yes.
20,000 schools.
Yes.
So 1.5 teachers per school.
There you go.
Yep.
And remember,
you agree where the half will go.
And remember, JSS is not one classroom.
No.
JSS is several streams. Okay? There is 7 West, 7 East, 7 North, 7 W, 7 Orange, 7 Yellow, 7 whatever they want to, however they name the schools. 7A, 7B, 7C. One teacher has been posted.
Yes. In that, because all those 7A, giraffe and octopus is one school.
Mm-hmm.
Have the schools who this money has been disbursed to acknowledge receiving the money?
It went on Monday. You see now.
Possible. And then today is holiday. And then Monday is also holiday. No. It was released from Treasury on Monday.
I have understood.
Mm-hmm. So Tuesday,
by the
Wednesday,
time they
like
come
this.
back from, that's why Belly is saying, by the time they come back from Easter, we'll have settled them. Okay. We believe the time our kids return from Easter holidays, grade 7 learners will be fully settled because even the books now, these 15 million books, will have arrived in the schools.
You know, in the previous government, towards the end of their term, somewhere in the middle of the end of their term, there was a lot of talk, again in the education sector, about some desks that were supposed to be made.
There was 10 billion shillings just for desks.
Yes, and they were even magnanimous about it. These things are going to be made locally by local artisans.
Yes.
Okay? I have never seen or heard of a report of the completion of that particular program. But the story was money had been disbursed. And yet, we still heard of people who had supplied desks and had not been paid. So, when I ask if the recipients, the anticipated recipients of this money have received the money, it is not a facetious I am actually asking because there's something about money being sent and people receiving money. We hear this story also with the treasury with regards to county governments.
Oh, yeah.
You are told money has been sent. Remember how they wanted to clear pending bills?
By October 31st.
That story, it has been replicated many times, many times. And every time that story came out was money was sent. Okay? Money kept being sent. Now, I want to hear the story of the money was received.
You know how sometimes you can be sending a message on your phone and then in your head you sent the message. Then you come back days later and you're like, no. I had not sent the message if it's still in draft.
You know, I am not like government. Because government receives money daily. Me, I don't receive money daily. Okay? The government can go to sleep. The money will still be collected. Okay? The government can travel out of the country. The money will still be collected. Okay? You understand? The government can go on a walkabout. The money will still be collected. I'm very different from the government.
Do you know the thing that's bothering me? I'm asking you guys have refused to answer my question.
Ask again, please.
Okay.
What quality
is the quality of education that was delivered to these students between February 6th and April 6th, which was yesterday, 2023?
Why are you asking difficult questions?
I think let's just say, let's say that
teachers became creative.
Because teachers were being what's that word for sending teachers?
Posted.
Yes.
You could have just said.
No.
I was about to say disbursed.
He was asking somebody who has been posted before.
If the teachers were disbursed.
They were disbursed. They were released.
Teachers were being posted between that January and today. They're still being posted. Okay? So obviously there are some schools that have not had a teacher posted to them. Number one. Number two, money had not been disbursed.
The money had not been posted.
Number three, books had not been it's not posted, it's not disbursed.
Released.
Distributed.
Okay. The English language is good with these things.
I'm telling you.
Yes.
Books had not been distributed. Teachers had not been posted.
Money had not been disbursed. Okay.
But the children had been admitted.
So, yes.
Get these things right. Things. Now, quality then becomes an issue. Okay, but you can understand it's because of all these headaches. Remember, we had started this year on a bit of a confusion as government because of the change in policy as they closed school last year. Hold on. As they were sitting their grade 6 exams last year, the understanding was that they were going to go into
high
school, secondary-based junior secondary. And then the government changed policy and said, now let's actually domicile this in the junior primary schools. And then the issue of the quality, whether we have teachers who can do this, emerged. And the TSC was then mandated to immediately embark on recruitment of 30,000 teachers, which they've been doing. And now the schools in the primary school were told, okay, can you now create room to accommodate these children who you had not prepared to continue having them in your school, but now you have them. You see all these issues that were brought by, the national, we cannot say confusion because the government is never confused. The national, whatever word you want to fix there, what has led to this? And the 1 million children or thereabout who are in grade 7 have basically just been going to play football and karting.
Thank you very much.
And whatever other game you want to call for the last 2 months.
Thank you very much. Okay. That is it. That you have had children who have been in school for the last 8 weeks, who basically have been
playing karting.
But ask yourself
and nothing
this
has
simple question.
happened.
According to
And then you know what is going to happen thereafter? The books would have arrived, the teachers will, then you have people rushing through a syllabus so that they can, make hay as the sun is still shining.
Actually,
by the end of the year.
It's a lot more difficult to achieve than that because these students are not going to learn one subject.
Exactly. 12 is the subject in grade 7. It is 12 subjects in grade 7.
And even if it was one teacher to teach all these 12 subjects, and even if it was just one class, okay, there is this little matter of the number of students who have also reported to school.
Yep.
As of February, if we're looking at reports that were given by the ministry, the numbers were not reported were huge. 486,000 to be precise.
Wow.
So close to half the number of students who you expected to be in school were not in school. Have they reported now? Because now we're in April. See, so this particular subject there's a multiplicity. The facets and the contours around it are many.
They will be studying mathematics, science, social studies, geography, physical education, business studies, computer science, language arts, agriculture, health education, religious education, visual arts, home science, chemistry, foreign language, and civics.
Let me tell you something about the creativity of teachers. I don't think that these students have not been learning. Not really.
No, that's what I said. Except for the creativity of some teachers who have been in school and said, "Come on, guys. Okay, we don't have books, we don't have this, but we're not just going to sit here." I mean, that was a joke. Obviously, they're not sitting in school playing kati. Obviously, they are. One would hope.
If you give them, tell them.
There are some teachers who are doing something.
Children,
with these
I want to do exercise 1, 2, 3, 4. They don't have books.
Yeah, exactly.
All right? So even the teachers would be coming to class. They don't have books. The books have just been distributed. So they've been coming with the grade 6 books or the standard 7 books.
That's what I was just about to say.
Not
that
CBC.
they still are not being
the
taught.
Standard 7 books are the ones that the teachers are coming to class with and telling them, open page 1, do exercise page 1 up to page 3. I'll come
essentially
tomorrow
do revision.
Do revision.
Essentially, revision. And why revision is important now is this. Usually, as you go through the school system, all you're doing is upgrading on your earlier learning.
Right.
Every once in a while, at some level, they introduce a completely new subject. But by and large, it's an increase in content. But also, if you're looking at this particular new system, it's the manner in which it is being approached. By the way, you will be told that all these systems are student-centered. In reality, they actually are not. Okay? Because this particular JSS, if you look at it, this is where they're now trying to actually actualize this called the centrality of the student in the learning process, where the student, you allow the student's mind, imagination to take center stage in the learning process, as opposed to the teacher who's always infusing this particular student with a lot of knowledge and information. The knowledge you produce as a teacher is more or less like a catalyst to get the student to. But truth be told, it doesn't matter whether it's central or not. Content has to be there and content has to be taught. Otherwise, you are not teaching that subject. Or there is no learning taking place on that particular subject. Now, the complaint that was heard about the tasks that parents now will have to face in managing these matters because they have to refer, the children have to refer to them. May I just add that this is a problem for parents whose children are in day schools. Because if the child is in secondary school, they don't need to go to their parents to have this thing explained to them. And also, the boarding schools, you have more time on your hands because you're all in school. You don't have to walk to school. You don't have to walk back from school. All these things that children in the day school have, they don't have. Everything is like in a lab. It's right there in front of you and before you.
But remember, a vast majority of primary schools in Kenya are day. Day. JSS is in the primary schools.
Yes, it is.
That means they're all day.
Yep.
Now, if from grade 6 or grade 3, 4, 5, 6, these kids were used to doing those practicals of go home, draw a cat, come back with it tomorrow, go home, make I don't know what, come with it tomorrow. For the last 2 months, what have they been doing?
Going home.
Go home, come tomorrow.
That's really it.
They've been going home.
And that's why I'm saying the Ministry of Education needs to come out and say, all right, so people, we acknowledge that we've had an issue in terms of just rolling out the JSS.
Eric, there's a point you made.
And because we have an issue rolling out JSS, this is how we are addressing it. This is how we shall recover those 8 weeks that have basically gone down the drain.
You know, there's a point you made that I'd like to emphasize. I've been looking at some of these stories around these negotiations that are supposed to take place and the irreducible demands, blah, 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 left, right, and
bipartisan.
center. Bipartisan and tripartisan, whatever the case is. Let me just comment on this bipartisan thing before I get to this. You see, in the US, it's easy. You know why? They have two major parties, Republican, Democrats. So bipartisan, it's not difficult to discuss. Because after all, there are two parties. The other parties are registered, but these are the ones which count. Let me leave that aside for another day. Among the demands that apparently ODM boss and said the negotiations must prioritize issues of lowering cost of unga, fuel, electricity, and guess what?
Education.
School fees.
Yeah.
Now, you see, I think they haven't quite gotten to the heart of the matter. This is not a school fees problem.
They don't get it.
It's not a school fees problem. This demonstrates that they haven't, as Eric put it, haven't gotten it. They actually have. We have a problem in the education system. It's not fees. It's not fees.
Even this story of unga and fuel and this is basically Azimio dangling the carrot. This is the same thing like in the BBI. Oh, you know, this BBI is going to be so good. Why? Because students, young people, as soon as you leave university, you don't have to start paying help immediately. You'll be given a 7-year moratorium, blah, blah. If you register a business today as a young person, you're going to be given a 3-year moratorium, a tax holiday for 3 years, blah, 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 blah. So just those things that you dangle like this, but that's not the main thrust.
No,
it wasn't the main thrust of BBI. Point number one here is not the main thrust of this bipartisan push. And that's why they don't understand.
No, they don't get it.
When they say, lower the price of school fees, what are you talking about? So what are you telling these 7 members of your team to go and discuss? What are they saying? Are they going to say that make free primary education compulsory and then make it what?
No. And also, if
how soon shall we start talking about building new schools? When it's saying, in fact, even the same thing, BBI, one of the other dangling of carrots was, if now we increase these constituencies by 70, we create 70 new constituencies. You know what that means? That means that more children are going to get bursaries from the CDF. Create 70 constituencies so that more children get bursary.
All right, if you think that is bizarre,
the solution.
We now have a situation where there's a bill that the Senate has proposed where if you're a cattle rustler and you're found guilty, you're sentenced to life. That, of course, will solve cattle rustling.
Well, that's it. That will address the issue. These leaders are totally blind, deaf, and dumb to the issues that affect Kenyans.
They don't seem to get it.
They don't get it at all.
I think the question that sometimes we ought to ask, because you're saying it's not a school fees issue.
No, it's not.
What value is being placed on actually securing the livelihoods of Kenyans? Because we keep saying that it is not your business, number one, as government, to provide jobs or to make sure that your children go to school or to. It is about providing a conducive environment within which these things can happen. Providing an environment in which your children can go to school. That means doing everything that you need to do to make sure that the infrastructure is in place. Doing everything you need to do to make sure that all these softer issues that you need to happen actually happen and happen on time in order for these things to happen. When we talk about business, so that people can, set up a business, have you created the environment within which these things can actually happen? If you're not doing that, you're actually not doing your job. So what value are you placing on making sure that the livelihoods of the Kenyans over whom you govern is actually secured? So for me, it's a value placement issue.
Yeah.
It's a value placement. That is why it's okay for you to see that in Mukumu Girls in 2022, there was a problem and people got sick. But you just, hush, sweep it under the carpet.
Yeah.
Until this year, people die. Then they say, perhaps we ought to do something about it. That's it. What value are you placing on it? And it shows me that you place very little value. That's why you can walk about the country, do tours, see this, that, whatever, and it doesn't really faze you. That it doesn't faze you that people who are going into a new system of school have lost 3 months in a year.
Yep.
And it's okay. You're even saying, we have tried. Only one term. We have tried. By the end of that one term, we would have gotten all our ducks in a row. It doesn't faze you. You place no value on it whatsoever. So as far as Bob's your uncle, you could then even wait until the end of next term for all we care. And it wouldn't matter because you've come and told Kenyans, we are trying. After all, it's Treasury who didn't give us money in time. Are you kidding me?
Abdullahi
What value are you placing?
It's complete. It's about everything else. Abdullahi Alas is saying we have more than 32 primary, public, and private. 2018 teachers in primary educational institutions. Rains have affected parts of Kenya. The teacher-pupil ratio is 31-1. Japan's teacher ratio is 16-1, 14-1 in Finland, 9-1 in Canada. Education is just a source of funds in Kenya, not quality.
Actually,
or equity.
You again, Eric, today you are going to be quoted extensively. You brought up this issue last year several times. The government seems to have determined that when it comes to the education sector and the health sector, their unspoken partners are the private sector. So whatever the government is supposed to do, they assume the private sector will look at the gap and the private sector will fill that particular gap. So that when you talk about schools, private sector will build more schools. You talk about hospitals, private sector will build more hospitals. Yes, it is good that the business sector is providing, or the private sector is providing a much needed service. But then one has to then ask, so what exactly is the role of government exactly?
Yeah, what's government doing?
Yes.
And especially if you consider the percentage of budgetary allocation every year to those two sectors.
Yes, it does.
The percentage of budgetary allocation every year to the education sector, either directly through the ministry or indirectly through the NGCDF that goes into education. How much money? We spend over 1 trillion shillings every year pumping it into education. How much money do we pump into healthcare? Direct government and grants and all this support that we receive from development partners.
It's a huge amount.
How much money? And yet over 40% of our health facilities are private.
Yes.
And that private 40% is actually carrying more than 40% of hospital visits.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
If you look at it now, if you break it down, in the lower cadres of society, actually you'll find that more and more people in the lower social stratum go to private health facilities.
They prefer to.
Primary care.
They prefer to.
And why do you think they prefer to?
Because they don't have any.
Exactly.
If you go to, we're in Embakasi, which one now? Go to this Embakasi North. Okay, let's go to North. North of that one of Dandora and a bit of Kariobangi. Let's talk about Kariobangi into Dandora. How many public health facilities are there? And how many private health facilities? Just like a small window, it's a clinic.
You'll find more private health facilities than the public ones.
There are. Now, if you want to go this way, if you want to go from Ombaso, you're going to Syokimau. Take Syokimau. Just start at Syokimau. And let's not even go far. Okay, let's go far. Let's go Syokimau.
Let's start at Hilton Garden.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Go.
All the way. Interchange. Kitengela. Go. Let me tell you. Do you know how many public health facilities there are? Do you know?
No, I don't.
0.
On both sides of the road?
0.
What?
Row. But they're health facilities.
They are health facilities.
And they're private.
They are private.
So
we're talking about the entirety of Syokimau, crossover into Kenani, eh?
Yes.
Crossover into Green Park, go all the way into Machakos Junction.
0.
No health facility. Public.
They're health facilities, but they're not public ones.
Mungu saidia sisi. These are the conversations that Kenya should be having.
These are the conversations we should be having right, left, center. Because these are the things that count. Why? Because they refer to the future of the country. The future of the country is in our
children.
Yes, that's
and
it.
How we are bringing them up, what kind of education we're giving them. Well, keep it here for more conversations. In the next hour, let's talk about the public transport system. We don't have one, but let's just talk about it. Okay, good morning. It is what?
It's 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
The news at the top of the hour on Vibes Radio.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Osset. Various activities in county governments may continue to stall following lack of funds that have been delayed for 4 months. This has forced the governors to suspend the implementation of various projects and disruption of service delivery. The governors are now staring at a possibility of go-slows in their respective counties by workers and suppliers. Council of Governors Finance Committee Chairperson Fernandez Barada says the situation has continued to worsen despite the governors trying every means to find funds to meet various needs of the counties.
So far, we have not received monies for January, February, and March, almost 96 billion Kenya shillings.
At the moment, counties, we are on our knees because we are not only missing money to pay salaries for health workers, we are also missing money to buy commodities and also be able to support systems that support health.
Actually, 3-4 months down the line, what do? You have no money, you can't pay salaries, people will put down the tools and they'll walk home.
The statements by the governors come at a time Treasury CS Njuguna Ndung'u promised that the county governments will receive the money allocation for the month of January next week after his previous promises to distribute the money this week failed.
The proposal by CRA is 47 billion Kenya shillings, but that excludes the road maintenance levy, which is almost 12 billion Kenya shillings. And that's why, as governors, we are not unreasonable to propose 425 billion.
On the other hand, CRA is proposing the separation from Treasury to give it the authority to carry out its duties without any interference, especially during the distribution of funds to counties. Lynette Oyuge is a director at CRA.
Sorry, Lynette, if we remove it from the Ministry of Finance, where do we take it? We create it as an independent office.
The National Treasury.
I never thought of that.
And then we...
That's good thinking.
Let's start thinking. We establish Treasury and the National Treasury, and we have the Ministry of Finance to serve national government, but Treasury serves both the national and the county government. So that we make Treasury an independent Treasury for both levels of government.
And Narok Senator Ledamo Lekina has defended Azimio Party's demand for an externally mediated national dialogue, saying opposition leader Raila Odinga had no intention to bargain for a coalition with President William Ruto. Odinga has demanded for a national dialogue fashioned as the 2008 National Accord talks mediated by former United Nations Secretary General Kofi Annan that saw President Mwai Kibaki appoint him as Prime Minister. He walked back from an initial acceptance of a bipartisan parliamentary process proposed by President William Ruto after weeks of distractive street protest that saw demonstrators loot businesses and vandalize infrastructure in Nairobi and Kisumu while seeking to dismiss suspicions from Ruto's side. The Senate Minority Whip said a national dialogue simply means a process not controlled by one person. And critical operations in the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission now risk being halted due to an outstanding bill of 1.94 billion shillings owed to election officials and service providers. The Commission's Deputy Chief Executive Officer Obadiah Keitany told MPs that despite desperate attempts to request National Treasury to release the funds since August 4th, 2022, the disbursement has remained outstanding. On August 4th, 2022, the poll agency wrote to Treasury requesting the release of an outstanding 4.3 billion shillings, out of which 1.94 was payment owed to suppliers and election officials. And security agencies have increased patrols and surveillance on highways across the country to reduce traffic accidents during this Easter holiday. Inspector General of Police Javed Komis said that the National Police Service has scaled up security in commercial and residential areas, social places and churches to ensure peace is maintained during the festive season. Komis noted that the National Police Service has put in place elaborate and stringent measures to protect life and property. And police in Buruburu are investigating an incident where an officer attached to Embakasi West Member of Parliament Mark Mwenje allegedly shot and injured 3 people during a scuffle at a swimming pool adjacent to Umoja 1 Primary School. The officer, who has since been disarmed and arraigned, is alleged to have shot the trio who were in a group that allegedly attacked the MP and his team during a tour at the facility. The Wednesday afternoon incident and visit to the facility funded by NGCDF at Umoja 1 Primary School, MP Mwenje turned ugly after a group of rowdy youth allegedly attacked his entourage. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Okay, we're looking at a lot of outbound traffic in the city this morning. A lot of folks going west and going east as well. Quite something happening on going into Kiambu County this morning. On the Thika Superhighway, outbound traffic is the thing that it normally isn't. And we're also looking out on Waiyaki Way, outbound traffic as well, going in a westerly direction. Into the CBD is not really much happening. You should be able to do like 5 minutes from Mombasa Road to the city. I'd be careful though, because we've seen some accidents happening this morning and we don't want to repeat. Let's see what happens in about half an hour, but it looks like it's going to be easy street, no pun intended, through the day. Spice FM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your...
Welcome to the third of The Situation Room on Spice FM, on KTN Home and online. Today is the 7th day of April 2023. All right, on this day in 1994, something happened in... that thing began in DRC. And not in Rwanda. The Rwanda genocide.
Genocide began on such a day.
On such a day.
In 1994.
100 days of just complete and total madness. 1 million people, thereabouts, killed. You can imagine the number of people who are just dying on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Just the sheer intensity of it. Huh?
In order for it to reach 1 million, for goodness sake.
Wow. They say never again, and we should also say, let's pick those lessons. It's always important to talk, because when you don't talk, then you open the avenues and the doors for such kind of things to happen. Let's have a conversation then and talk about our public transport system. And I keep saying our non-existent public transport system. Let's just talk about it in terms of how the public gets to transport themselves from one place to another. Now, the public transport system that we have, is it just? Is it socially just? And what does that mean? We are joined by an urban planner, Constant Cup, who's been here before. He's also a member of the International Society of Urban and Regional Planners. Constant, good morning.
Good morning.
Happy Easter.
Happy Easter, everyone.
Asante sana. Thank you very much for joining us today. Kenya's biggest conversation. I like your what's it? Your top.
Oh, thanks.
You and CT.
Yeah, it's West African. You can tell.
Right.
It's not Nigerian. It's Ghanaian. So
it's Ghanaian.
Yeah.
See the way she's giving you that eye.
Ghanaians have something against South Africans. I'm sorry, against Nigerians. Especially on the football pitch.
And in the kitchen.
The kitchen.
Let's not discuss food.
Let's not get there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Asante sana for joining us. We're going to be having this conversation, but just to welcome you into the show, let's go into the Republic of Congo, where today's proverb is coming from.
Yes, it's our final proverb from the Republic of Congo. And it's a straightforward proverb, the sort of proverb that you hear, you listen to, it makes perfect sense at first hearing. A tree cannot stand without roots.
A tree cannot stand without roots.
Eric has been waiting for you, Constant.
Yes.
To please help him understand what CT is saying this morning.
What's this proverb?
A tree cannot stand without roots. With respect to public transport, or
You see?
What's your interpretation of the
vehicle
proverb?
cannot move without wheels. Can start from there.
You know, some of these things are obvious. So the so what question keeps coming up. A tree cannot stand it. Okay, yeah, so what?
Where does a human being come from? And what does that human being stand for? and what the person stands for, be it positive or negative, will depend on his roots, I think.
You see why we're waiting for you?
Wait.
How are you feeling now, Eric?
Eric, are you feeling understood now?
You're feeling understood.
And I gotcha.
Yes.
I mean, gotcha.
That's a good interpretation of it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're well-founded in virtue, you
grow
stand.
up and
You
stand
grow
in
and stand.
virtues.
If you're, there's no root. If your roots are based on vice, you just grow and then wither down eventually.
Or you spread the tentacles of vice, whatever it is.
Oh yeah, we've seen a lot of that.
The spreading of tentacles of vice.
Yes.
All right, Constant. Into the topic. What is a socially just public transport system? What does that mean?
Socially just public transport system is in line with a just city, which is a public transport system that meets the needs of all, especially what we may call the urban invisibles. Urban invisibles are those people who we at times overlook or don't see or easily ignore. For example, children, elderly people, persons with disability, marginalized groups like many times women. So when it meets those needs, the environment, a system that meets those needs, and it may easily be defined along certain parameters. It is easily available. So within all neighborhoods, people are able to access that public transport system. It's easily accessible. If you're on a wheelchair, if you're a child, you can easily get onto a vehicle or whatever means you're using. Let's not assume we're only talking about vehicles. It meets the needs of human rights and dignity. And here this is very critical, because we'll explain later on how some of the biggest problems in our public transport system actually rotate around this aspect of human rights and dignity, in particular with regard to the labor rights of those who work within the system. And it is also sustainable, so meeting the needs of the environment. I know now we have a lot of talk around
sustainability,
electric vehicles and such things, and being climate conscious and such. And then it's also inclusive, and everybody feels that they can safely and happily use that public transport system. So more or less along those pillars.
Sounds like some work that's been done around this.
Yes, there has been I would say some studies that have been looked into this by a multi-sectoral group known as the Socially Just Public Transport Working Group that has brought together academics, urban enthusiasts, labor union members, communication experts, etc., just to theorize around and think around what do we need to do to have a socially just public transport. In fact, the first question when we sat down over a cup of tea, we asked ourselves, what do we mean by socially just public transport system? And from doing a bit of literature review and theory then and assessing it, we came up with these 5 pillars that I've just stated.
When one talks about the thinking around public transport, how do you explain what you've just said in a way that it then relates to, again, the subject of human rights and why it is transportation should become a human rights issue, and why it is that all this discussion about planning and forecasting and ensuring that it fits in within the ambit of human rights? How do you communicate what you've just said so that it is actually understood and one can see how it is that one more or less grows into the other and why it's relevant?
Well, you can look at it on one end from the city planning technical perspective, which is very easy for those of us who are technocrats to explain. However, on the other side, for the normal person out there on the street, Okay, transport is a day-to-day. Actually, mobility is a day-to-day occurrence. You have to move from one place to another. Be it you're going to the shops, be it you're going to school, be it you're going anywhere, wherever you're going. And you have a right to have an easy way of going, the most reliable or easy way of going to wherever you're going. And I would relate that closely to what we call the pyramid of, or the mobility pyramid. Okay, and the mobility pyramid first looks at the importance of walking before anything else.
First thing is walk. Are
people able? Because every journey, be it you're going to a car, to a railway station, to a bus stop, every journey includes either a walk or movement with some mobility aid. Some mobility aid, and you have the right to be safe during that walk. You have the right to feel at ease during that walk. It should not be a strenuous walk. Unfortunately, walking downtown to access bus station, for instance, you're already holding your bag. And you're already holding your bag and checking it.
Catastrophe.
And then you quickly cross the road in case someone is following you. So that aspect, that you as a citizen, you have a right towards living in a dignified city.
Okay.
And transport is part of your day-to-day life.
Indeed.
And that's where I would say.
So that's where the pyramid begins.
Yeah.
Walking.
Then we can go to cycling. Okay, because walking and cycling tend to be, what we call active mobility means. Then public transport comes next. Okay, once we're able to walk or to cycle towards this good public transport, then we can now talk about having an easy way, a proper, socially just way of moving around. But we have to now look into what kind of public transport do we have.
What is public transport?
What is public transport? Public transport, that definition is actually debated upon, because some people say public transport must be provided by the public sector, but it may not necessarily be that. Okay, it is transport that is used by the public, but has to be within. In some places, like in Europe, I know they talk about it compulsory being owned by the public sector, but in some places, like in the UK, you will find it. Privately provided.
The hybrid.
But within a very strictly defined.
And government being a stakeholder.
Highly regulated by government.
Highly regulated by government. So it's not just you get a vehicle, put it on the road and it moves as if it's carrying goods.
But these are planned.
Yes. And actioned. So plans are there. Action is what we don't tend to see.
I'm interested because now as you try to, as you put these together and get into that point then where you're saying you can walk or cycle then goes towards public transport, right? So to then have a system that works whereby these other things can happen, that a child who's going to school would very safely then be able to get onto a system that has either been owned or regulated by government to sit within certain lines of requirement. So there's that picture in your head, and then there's the reality. If we're looking at the Kenya example, just as an example, if you were to fit it onto that, where are the gaps? Why is it not fitting?
The pyramid tends to be inverted because we started walking, cycling, public transport. Below that, you also have shared cars, like taxis and these. You could even put border borders there in a way. And then the bottom should be private cars. So the planning ordinarily should start at the top and come down. Unfortunately, and it's not only here, it's in many cities around the world, the planning has been inverted. Okay, and it's something that emerged around the 1960s, especially in North America, and it trickled down to many other parts of the world where with the advent of the private car being and the evolution of the family of the family car, transport and cities ended up being planned around the private vehicle. So you and sometimes you see this fascination around several highways and overhead highways, interchanges, and people talking about how this is spectacular. But now we're actually going back. And in places like Paris now, they're talking about the 15-minute city, how you can easily access all your goods within a walkable, cyclable distance. So that has been, it's like been an evolutionary change. And slowly, we're also getting to realize that here we are still a bit excited. We want to see very big roads. We want to see expanded highways because we think it's development.
I guess it's because of how we are. Walking is almost like a given because you'll have to walk a long distance to get that matatu. You'll have to walk a long distance to get to. So it's assumed, well, because I walk anyway, so what's the prestige in walking? So you want to get into the most prestigious one, so you move into cycling. Maybe, so cycling is a bit better, so like Constant Cap always constantly with his bike riding around town. This guy is, so you want to think about above that. Then you get into the matatu and the bus, and then you get into the taxi. Now, if you are the one who's actually just hailing a cab, you umepanda, wewe ndio umefika. And then you get into the private vehicle, you umefika. So probably even in our thinking as Kenyans, if a governor came and campaigned on the platform of walking and cycling, we'd be looking at him and wondering,
where's the bicycle?
Because they talk about that. I mean, I remember Sonko Igade, that was among the things that Igade was talking about. We'll create these sidewalks, and people are looking at him thinking, if you put it around my estate so I can be walking in the evening, as part of my exercise regimen, it's fine. But I need roads.
Yes and no. Yes, it's true. There's a lot of dignity prestige that comes with private vehicle ownership, and even within that private vehicle ownership, we know that there are categories. even that cycling ownership, there are categories. There's a guy who will bring you a bicycle worth $500,000, and then there's that one I bought second hand. Those are two different bicycles. That's also normal in the society. However, there's a research I did a few years ago. After the pedestrianization of Luthuli Avenue, and I did with some friends, and we questioned about quite a number, a sample of the traders along that street and the users of that street, and there was an acceptance rate of almost over 80% by the people, including people telling us stories about how they had chest congestion before and it's gone now, and such examples. Now, it's true, you cannot really campaign along the line of I will build pedestrian paths. I saw Lee Kinyanjui campaigning that, and he's not in office now. After doing a very nice job at the main street, Kenyatta Avenue,
and removing the matatus from the CBD.
Which is another story altogether. But when you provide that infrastructure, people get to appreciate it. That's the reality. When you provide good access, walking infrastructure, good access to public transport. For instance, you provide good access for people to get to Akati Road bus station or railways in a safe manner. People then appreciate it.
So when people experience it, and so that's what you're saying. So if people have the opportunity to experience it, even if before that it's something foreign to them, they have the opportunity to experience it, the likelihood of them appreciating and then maybe even demanding for it permanently then increases.
Which is what happened in Mombasa with their red carpet program. The previous CEC, Taufik Balala, who came up with, said that we're going to make all our pedestrian paths red carpet, red, to give dignity to the pedestrian. And they even banned this thing of people putting small billboards along pedestrian paths and such. And once it came through, that's when people got to appreciate that, actually, we didn't have this and now we have it. But the same goes now with the public transport. Now story is even much bigger, because there now you're talking about investors, you're talking about workers, you're talking about users, you're talking about public transport infrastructure. So it's a whole realm of people who have to be put in the picture. And many times we see the investors talking the most. We don't hear the workers talking. Many of these investors talk about how they have loans, they have this and they have that. I've never heard of one of them saying, I have to pay insurance for my staff. I have to pay NHIF for my staff. Many of these staff are on a target system, which is one of the biggest problems. That's why I was talking about this human rights aspect. One of the biggest problems in our public transport system is constant buys a vehicle, pimps it up nicely, puts on the road, tells the staff, I want 10K
at the end of every day.
With a full tank. How this guy gets that 10K, you don't care. Whether he fills it with potatoes and ferries them to Marikiti, or takes students, or drives on the wrong side of the road, you don't care. What he does after that, you don't care about him. So
what he earns, it's not your problem.
It's not your problem. So already this guy who's working on that system is working under a lot of pressure because he has to hit that target, and then he has a family at home.
18,000 bob target, actually.
Yeah, he has a family at home he has to take care of. He has other people along the system, we all know, who expect to be taken care of if the vehicle is locked in, and
other people to be taken care of.
and when you look at this pyramid of that I explained, even our authorities tend to give more dignity to those who are supposed to be at the bottom of that pyramid. So you find some roads public transport is not allowed to use.
So for private.
Here only, a good example is here Douglas Wakihuri Road, which used to be called Aerodrome Road. Public transport cannot use that road. Yet a public transport vehicle is carrying 20, 30 people, but as private vehicles are carrying individuals. Okay, where is the social justice there? Okay, so going back, that aspect of labor rights and human rights is critical, and it's rarely talked about. We never ask ourselves, how do these people get leave? We have many ladies now working in the public transport system. Do they have access to maternity leave? Are they paid in that case, or do they just go off the hook?
I'm thinking, there are parts, let's talk of Nairobi, where you never see a bus. The bus leaves you really far off.
Yeah.
And whatever you need to do, you need to walk to wherever you're going.
This is your living experience, city.
Yes, you've seen it. Yes. And I'm thinking, actually, let me explain to you where my mind.
You're really pained. What
happens?
Yes, because
what happens?
I South Africa, the Cape Province. There's a part of the Cape Province that if someone dropped into you and asked you where you'd think you're somewhere in Europe, you'd think you're on the principalities. But there is a train track whose sole function is to bring workers into that place and out of. And these workers are predominantly black. Okay? Now, driving through that place, that's where you have some of these huge vineyards and what have you. That region and slightly beyond it. There's a point I'm getting to here. We have similarities here. Like where I live, you do not see matatus on certain roads. Matatus end on Agweng's Kodek Road. That's where they end. So if you're going to come inside, you're going to figure out how it is you're going to get into those places. Every once in a while you find matatus. You do find matatus, but every once in a while. Now, Karen, it's worse. You will not see matatus on some of those roads. And I'm thinking...
Now, let's put it in context.
Yes.
Okay? Let's take an elderly person who wants to go to hospital.
Yes.
And they'd like to use public transport.
Yes.
So they're coming from... what's that road that has St. George's? What's it called?
It's called Dennis Preet.
Dennis Preet. Okay. So they're coming from Dennis Preet Road and they need to access a matatu. What's the nearest place that they need to go to?
Hurlingham.
Walk all the way to Hurlingham.
Or Yaya.
Right? Along that road, Agnes Kothek Road.
Yes.
That is about 2 kilometers. Are there pedestrian walkways that this elderly person can actually walk on?
Of sorts.
Is it properly made? And this is what I think we are talking about when you talk about a socially just public transport system. Is it taking care of this person who is an elderly person who is unwell, who is going to hospital?
The walk?
They are going for a bi-weekly or whatever dialysis session at KNH.
I'm happy you mentioned Dennis Preet Road, because today that person will have to walk all the way to Hurlingham. 30 years ago, that person would have got a bus at what used to be Caledonia Supermarket shopping center,
which is the Kenya National Examination Council headquarters. Yes,
because, and maybe historically, the bus and let's talk of the bus routing in Nairobi was done in a way that it covered the entire city, and routes were cross city routes basically. Route number 46 would start in Kawangware, goes through Hurlingham, goes through CBD, goes to Huruma. Then there was also, for instance, 47.
Yes.
That would now come through what is now Jakaya Kikwete, then go through that Caledonia, turn in at Chaka Road. And so the initial routing was done intentionally such that the entire city is covered. Route 20, I think it's 22 that used to do Raptor Road and turn in at Church Road, whereas 23 goes straight along Wayaki. Yeah. So, but now with the emergence with a reduction in regulation and the emergence of what we have now, in fact, when you ask me what is a public transport, now what we have is a paratransit, because it's purely based on demand and supply, not based on equitable access. Okay. And once, you shift from that regulated system, now some people end up losing out. Okay. And we end up now with that situation now where we even lock out this paratransit from certain areas. You even hear residents saying, we hear it in residents groups, we don't want Matatus here. Yeah. Because they're seen as
loud
and annoying. And
Constance, it's even worse. You will find that somebody erects a gate.
Yes.
It's a public road.
Yeah.
Public
They put a
road.
gate open only on one side and
yes,
there's a watchman
public road. It's not, and somehow it's like you can't access it to go through now. Surely it's
I mean, I know that is done at times for security, and I've seen many places where at night they close the roads, then during the day. But there are places, like you mentioned, where now it's purely discriminatory. In fact, it's interesting you mentioned.
And public transport, what we call public, then you cannot.
Never. They don't allow them to access.
How?
And they
Who gives them the authority not to allow public transport through a public road?
That is just lack of appreciation of social justice.
That's
because I've had it from people saying, and I had it from someone once saying, there are too many people who walk outside our place. Because these people are walking from Westlands to Kawangware. So they used to pass through these people's road. No, there are people walking. We don't want people walking.
We don't want people.
Yeah, and it's actually just a discriminatory mindset towards looking down at certain people. We could even call now the urban invisibles, because they don't have the power.
Those are the invisibles.
Yeah, they don't have the power within the society to have a voice. So they're even told you can't walk here, you can't walk there, you can't.
Someone plants trees and flowers all the way to the road, from the fence of their home to the road. So exactly block this place. Yeah. You don't walk around here. I mean, what? 27 minutes to 9. Let's take this quick break. We're talking about a socially just public transport system. What is it and why is it important? And why should we all think about it? Constant Cap is an urban planner, is our guest this morning. Talk about Showmax. It's Easter weekend.
Exactly. And you have time to discover Showmax's latest premiere. And what it is, it's the story of Leo Langat and how he was great in business, and unfortunately through an accident he passes away. And then the story begins. Second Family has premiered on Showmax. Find out all the intrigues of children who found out family secrets that they didn't expect to be after the death of their father. You want to see this? You want to watch it? Showmax.com. Sign up. Watch. You have the weekend. Do it.
Let's see what the roads are looking like. Good morning. Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Heri Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalimia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Baridi ni degree ngapi hapa?
Hata sijui, lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap
from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot? Iscariot.
Yes.
Is the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped those guys wenye walikuwa wanauza mboga ndani ya kanisa took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, partly raining, partly sunshine in Nairobi this morning. 16, highs of 25 and lows of 15. We'll see highs of 26 in Nakuru and highs of 25 in Nyeri. We'll see highs of 24 in Eldoret, and Mombasa will see highs of 32. It'll go to highs of 32 as well in Malindi. At 20, Kisumu is sunny with highs of 29 through Friday. Same in Kakamega, where it's currently 19 and sunny. Kampala is sunny at 23. Dar es Salaam sunny at 26. 14 and sunny in Johannesburg, going to highs of 24. And Lagos will see highs of 33 and a mostly clear morning at 27. It's 24 and mostly cloudy in Kinshasa, highs of 33.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So, within the CBD is not much of an issue today. Folks are really on the low in terms of movement. Outbound traffic is a thing, however, and the folks on the Northern Bypass have decided today they will be very busy. Outbound traffic also on the Thika Superhighway is still a thing going out towards Thika into Kiambu County. So past that Royal Bypass, heading out towards Thika Town. Some traffic there. We're also seeing some movement on Waiaki Way outbound, and that continues for most parts of the morning. Let's keep an eye on things. What's happening where you are? Spice FM KE on Twitter.
Spice and everything nice. All right. Spice FM.
Spice up your life.
23 minutes to 9. The conversation continues about a socially just public transport system, one that takes care of everybody, including those who've been described by urban planners such as Constant Cup, our guest, urban invisibles, children, the elderly, persons living with disability, the marginalized people in the society, like we said as we were just going into the break, people who are coming from work and walking home, pregnant women, and such others. If you just think about those people and think about the need to walk, for example, the MP for Westlands constituency actually was raising a question. So they've put up a footbridge at Westlands, expressway or footbridge, okay? This footbridge does not have a ramp for persons with disability. This footbridge, is it conducive for children who may be wanting to cross from one side to the other to go to school? This footbridge, is it conducive for, pregnant women, expectant women who may be wanting to cross from one side? The elderly, people who are walking with walking aids. If it doesn't have all those things, is that a socially just system? If you think about then the Matatus that we have, all right? So Matatu, you have to board by using steps. Are those steps low enough for a child to climb? Are those steps low enough for an elderly person, a person with disability? Is there a ramp? Once you get into the Matatu, where does this person, is there space for a person with disability to actually use the Matatu? So those are the issues in a socially just public transport system. What should we do then?
First of all, let me comment. I know when we talk about public transport, we focus a lot on road transport.
Yeah.
But we also have a small percentage who use the train. And there's been an effort by Kenya Railways to try to achieve some of these objectives. More recently, raising their platforms to enable people on wheelchairs and walking aids to be able to easily access the trains, as well as constructing more stations within the neighborhoods. I used the train once to Embakasi, and I was quite impressed. Now you have a station at Donholm, Pipeline, etc., Makadara, etc. It's still a far cry from what we would really like, which is proper last mile service. However, it's also important that we who are professionals are able to sit down with the people in the Matatu sector, okay, with the owners themselves, and tell them, and the policymakers on the same table, and tell them that, look, these are some of the qualities that need to be. Last year we had a round table, not a round table, more of an urban dialogue with the Nairobi Metropolitan Transport Authority, who are very quite supportive. And Namata's main mandate is around the upcoming BRT, which unfortunately, they have a lot of work to do because of miscommunication earlier on when somebody went and painted a road and people now switched their minds off against BRT. But we discussed the different expectations that people should have as Namata are developing this BRT. And we saw His Excellency the President last week signing a deal with the European Union to work on line 3, which is a very critical line. It covers Dandora, Juja Road, Pangani, all the way to Kenyatta National Hospital. That's a very highly populous area, and I've actually been involved in research with persons with disability in Mathare, and we did a bit of journey mapping on how they do their journeys, and it's very sad when people tell you that I can only go to work past 9 o'clock because the Matatus will not allow us to board because they don't want us to go there during rush hour, or someone telling you I'm forced to walk a long distance because the fare is taken up. So with, for instance, some of the discussions we had with Namata during that urban dialogue included things like universal access, which is supposed to be part of the system. To board the buses are expected to be flat, and people and are supposed to have raised platforms such that people are able, someone who has trouble taking the stairs or is on a wheelchair just goes straight into the bus. I've seen another system where buses in a different country, where buses go below grade level, so they're still at the same level with the platform where people are boarding. And then also things like fares, fixed fares. Reduced fares for children, which is something that used to be there, and this, we did discuss these issues with Namata. Another thing that came up was critical was also labor rights, just as I've talked, workers' rights, plus also having inclusivity in employment, taking care that is good representation across genders in employment. So through that, that is one avenue that can be taken towards ensuring that public transport is socially just. However, let's not look at it purely from an infrastructure perspective. Let's also sit down and agree that we as professionals, okay, and this is one of the things we have in mind, is to actually sit down with the players in the industry and sit down and look at it even from a business perspective. And one of my colleagues recently had an article in the newspapers on how a socially just public transport system can still be profitable. It doesn't mean that because now you have a flat, low chassis, flat bus, now you're going to go at losses. It can actually be profitable. There are other people who are experimenting with electric buses and in the city. And so far, the feedback we're getting, we'll probably get much more after a couple of months, is that it's very positive. But there is a lot that needs to be done. One of the companies told me that they've had to retrain drivers. Because the drivers are just used to start, stop, which, accelerate and then put emergency brakes to get somebody along the way. Now that also
simamisha kwa mataa.
Simamisha kwa mataa. Hapa hakuna stage. And they've been able to study the impact of that on the vehicle, which is very negative. And they've looked into retraining of drivers in order to have vehicles lasting much longer. So there's a whole holistic aspect that needs to be looked into it, both from the professional's perspective to the investor, to the city itself. And
of those who practice, I mean, the stakeholders here that we're talking about, do you find that there's an appetite to actually make this system in the manner in which it would then be acceptable across board? Because I think that's where most of this starts. If there's an understanding across board that this is beneficial, it really is beneficial across board. If there's a desire to make it, so I think half the work is done.
Yes and no. From some circles, there is willingness to listen. And there's a discussion we had recently over a certain, maybe I don't know if I can name it or not, but over a certain circle that has been taking more and more roots, and existing players are fighting them. So the other day, in fact, I was going for a rugby game at Juja. And then I get to the stage and I notice this circle are charging more than the others.
The new circle.
Yeah. So I spent some time just watching, and more people were boarding them. Then I talked to some friends and they tell me that in Ngong, even when the vehicles are not there, people will queue waiting, but not board these other vehicles. Why? Because 1, the conductors always have change. 2, the vehicle is neat. 3, the driving is sober, for lack of a better word. 4, there is no rudeness. So there is that appreciation. There just has to be more advocacy done towards it, and more recognition of some of these things. I mean, we're coming from a country where 20 years ago, even buildings didn't have ramps. Even just buildings, if someone was on a wheelchair, even to access a shopping mall 25 years ago, it was almost impossible. Now it's part of day-to-day life. So as I always say, it's not something we should look at from a perspective of let's start a blame game and go to the streets. No, let us educate people. Let us appreciate that we are looking at the city from a different perspective, and emerging issues are coming. And even post the 2010 constitution, there are many more things that now we can appreciate and include in our city planning and our urban development.
Is this as a result of an engagement and a constant engagement by professionals like yourself with the government?
There are many things that have positive things that have come out through such engagements. I always use the NMT policy of Nairobi, non-motorized transit policy of Nairobi, as one example where professional bodies, civil society, NGOs and government came together to develop that policy. But through further advocacy, now we've begun to see, and we have seen a lot more development of walking facilities within the city. And through also even someone like me just coming here to speak, that is some element of advocacy, and people listen. So there's been a lot of that has helped towards that, and demystifying the old school of thought of prioritizing individual transport over active mobility and public transport.
You know what is actually interesting for somebody who is antiquated like myself? Yes, it's like we have gone back, or we've receded on the gains we had at an earlier time. Because when you talk about public transport, my knowledge of public transport was reliable. You knew where to wait for a bus. You even knew the time that bus would come. So you could actually time it. And you even knew where it would. I mean, there were certainties, and you could understand it now somehow.
And the routes were clear.
They were very clear. You knew, and even if you didn't know it, there was always some
board on the bus
to tell you exactly what goes where and how it goes where and at what time it goes where it's supposed to go.
There are many things that we've gone backwards with. We all know that 30, 40 years ago, people used to attend the neighborhood primary school.
Yes.
And that has evaporated.
And the neighborhood dispensary.
You know, we're discussing this in the hour before, and saying that even as we know clearly the yearly increase of our population, and which must be planned for, it's like the population overtook the planning, or if the planning was there, the implementation was overtaken, because the government doesn't build new schools that you can speak of. It's like that has been left to the private sector. Now, people like saying it's a partner. It's not a partnership. A business person sets up a business to make money.
Yeah,
sees a gap. It's not a partnership.
Exactly.
If it was a partnership, we would be hearing of the government's contribution to that private enterprise. Okay? We'd be hearing how the government, in an effort to increase this,
facilitated.
Exactly. But we don't hear of it. It's business, pure and simple.
Yep. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. No, it's true. I mean, that foresight is important in order to facilitate planning. Very few, when I ask people, what's the fourth largest urban area in Kenya? Very few people know that it's Ruiru, population-wise.
Even I didn't know.
According to the last census, if you Google
Ruiru town,
Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Ruiru, then Nakuru. But it's a dormitory town because a lot of them work in Nairobi, and it's continuing to expand. Now, we all know the capital of Kiambu County to be Kiambu Town. But Kiambu County has Ruiru Town, Thika Town, Juja, Kikuyu, which all feed into Nairobi. Now, without that county taking into consideration planning and sitting with Nairobi because of that close influence in planning even this public transport and other facilities, we'll just end up with the chaos that we are seeing in many of these places.
You know what I'm thinking, Constance? Government participation is absolutely crucial to all this. And government understanding, we understand understanding exists. But is this one of these things where the public, not the public sector, the public ought to play a bigger role in determining their future rather than allowing it for the government to sort of like lead? Because even when the government has clear directions as to what to do, the uptake is a little slow.
Yes, it tends to be.
Case in point being the JSS.
It tends to be, but there are also good examples. And I'll point out Nakuru City. Nakuru was named a city 2 years ago, or slightly over 2 years ago. And since then, they've been developing what they call the Nakuru City Vision 2050. And they have been consulting professionals, likewise professionals, over how to ensure that this city of theirs is actually socially just. Actually, they've been using those terminologies.
Those words, socially just.
Yeah, that the Nakuru city is able to recognize the dignity of the people. It's able to take into consideration equity and diversity, human rights, and democratic ideals. And they're having engagements with various professionals. Even some of us have been consulted, and we've had discussions with them towards coming up with this vision, from housing perspective to urban mobility to service provision, and through that, they'll be able to now move their city forward and foresee where it wants to be in 2050, because it's a fast-growing town. I think about 5-10 years ago, it was the fastest growing urban area in Kenya, especially after 2007, 2008, when many people moved there. So there has been that uptick by some, I would say, city governments or some counties. I've mentioned what Mombasa have done. We've seen a few positive things from Nairobi, although Nairobi, they call it this giant that has to do a lot more. And I think if the smaller towns in Kenya create their own niche and create their own face along these lines or pillars of social justice, it will also serve as an example to some of the bigger cities. Because many times, we talk of cities, we first start talking about Nairobi. And we forget that there are many other growing towns. Even Naivasha is a town, it's an urban center. Kakamega is an urban center. These other towns can also, just the way we see European cities, each of them has their own face
and identity.
That's the word I was looking for. Each has its own identity. That's something they pride themselves with. So we also have to look at urbanization from that perspective, and how these pillars of principles of social justice, these pillars of socially just public transport, can be inculcated by some of those these other towns. In Nakuru, we've had from engagements with them, there's been a very positive response, right from the very top of the county to the city government, to members of the cabinet, etc.
Some of these things would take either an addition to infrastructure or complete overhaul of infrastructure, right? Some of these things that we're talking about today. If we think about ramps for people living with disability, at public transport entry or exit points, some of those require infrastructure. It requires funding, and we all know the kind of pickle that we get into when we start to hear things like that. Do you think that these things then need to transcend governments? Meaning that most times somebody is going to start on something, even with an idea. I'm sure there are conversations that have been had easily over the last 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years about how these things can improve. Does it need to be given to a special group, a special coming together of folks? Because we also find that projects will start with one administration, and by the time that administration comes to an end after 5 or 10 years, it's nothing, and it has to start again in conversations with somebody else. How would something like this be given the sustainability and longevity that it needs to actually actualize these conversations that are being had?
That's a good question. And a few months ago, Governor Sakaja launched what is called the County Transport Committee, which is supposed to be, actually every county is supposed to have a county transport committee. And the county transport committee is supposed to bring together all players within the transport sector. From NTSA, Kenya Police, Kura, Kenha, County Transport Department, even some of the private players. Now, through that, you'll have, and that creates now that body that you're talking about, where even including the people from the planning department, where now people are able to streamline and work together towards achieving whatever goals they would want, so as to avoid the situation we've seen many times in this country where we have silos. And today this body does this, tomorrow this other body does this, which is another positive thing, I think, to mention from the governor of Nairobi. Now, I think the onus is on us now to sit down with them and make them understand.
And engage them.
Make them understand these aspects of socially just public transport, make them appreciate the pyramid of mobility as it should be. Otherwise, we may end up forming a committee to avoid to reduce jam. Forming a committee that's aimed at just reducing jam.
Remove Matatus from the CBD.
To remove Matatus from the CBD. But just to mention also on your first statement, which was some of these things do require infrastructure change and such, but there are also very innovative ways that can be adapted. And I'll point out what we call tactical urbanism. And tactical urbanism is where we do small changes with the expectation of large-scale impact, where you use the city as a lab. Okay? For instance, you can do a temporary road closure so as to experiment how it is when that road is pedestrianized. Or you can put even let's use drums, because we are familiar with drums. Drums to test whether something works or not. And it's not something we should look down upon, because it's better we do that testing and see that it works or not, because in some places like Western's roundabout, it worked. At a fire station, one side worked. In fact, I was wishing they did the other side. The other side. Yeah. So such tactical urbanism can also help with that, and help in something called incremental planning, where you do things one step at a time, one street at a time, and you're able to transform the city, other than expecting you'll wake up one day and have that
formula that works,
which is not possible. You're dealing with millions of people with different thinking, different journey patterns, and different ways of doing things.
Constant, always a pleasure having you here, and thank you very much for joining us today. Constant Cup is an urban planner. He's a member of the International Society of Urban and Regional Planners. We've been talking about a socially just public transport system, a conversation that must continue. Thank you for tuning in. Keep it here for more in the next hour. Let's talk about heart problems and universal health coverage. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life
on Vibes Radio.
Good morning, this is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. TSP party leader Mwangi Kinjuri has called for an all-inclusive committee that will be formed to look into the demands raised by Azimio Group instead of the matter being only taken over by members of parliament. Kinjuri further demanded that the committee should also look into how the constitution should be amended to bring equalization in the country. The Laikipia East MP said that over 7 million people never participated in last year's general elections and their views need to be heard, questioning why leaders from outside parliament cannot be included in the committee. He called for inclusion of religious leaders and other experts, but not foreigners, adding that Kenyan problems need Kenyan solution. He noted that during the passing of the constitution, the president and the church were opposed to it, while the former president Uhuru Kenyatta and opposition leader were in support, something that is currently opposite. Kinjuri said that this is a clear show that 12 years down the line there is need to include constitutional amendments in the current talks. And public health experts are urging Kenyan lawmakers to adopt the pioneering example set by Sweden to encourage Kenyans to quit smoking. Sweden is set to become the first country in the world to achieve smoke-free status when its tobacco smoking prevalence rate falls below 5% in the next few months based on current trends. This is the level below which a nation is considered smoke-free by the World Health Organization. An international research seminar in Stockholm last month had that the Swedes have achieved this historic milestone by developing a specific policy formula towards alternative nicotine products such as vapes and oral nicotine pouches as less harmful alternatives to traditional cigarettes. And the government has launched a virtual desktop infrastructure lab at Kinango Technical and Vocational Training College in Kwale County. The fully government-sponsored program has earmarked 23,000 virtual desktops for TVETs institutions across the country. Speaking during the launch, ICT Cabinet Secretary Elidowalo said the practical commitment to equipping the youth with digital skills for cyberspace-based employment and self-reliance is in progress. Accordingly, the CS said the Kenya Kwanza administration through the Ministry of ICT and DE is running the Digital Skills Development Program for the Youth under the Information and Communications Authority and the Kwanza Technopolis in collaboration with the TVET Authority. And 3 police officers sustained gunshot wounds after they were attacked by suspected Pokot bandits in Napitom, Turkana East Sub-County at 3 a.m. County Commissioner Jacob Ouma said the officers were patrolling the area in a police vehicle in the company of 5 others who escaped unhurt. Ouma said one officer was shot in the collarbone, another right hand palm, and a third sustained injuries on his right hand thumb. At the same time, Ouma assured residents wishing to travel for Easter holidays of the safety. And Kirinyaga County government has distributed relief food to 9,200 drought-stricken people from Mwea constituency. The relief food distribution drive, targeting 1,841 households in Murinduko, Wamumu and Mutithi wards, was presided over on behalf of Governor Anne Waiguru by a Deputy David Githanda. While issuing the food hampers in which each household received maize, porridge, flour, green grams, rice, cooking oil and salt, the Deputy Governor lauded Governor Waiguru, whom he said has been very vocal on the county's drought situation and had sourced for food aid from the national government. Mastercard has joined the U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris for a roundtable discussion in the Zambian capital. Only an estimated that 3% of the population in Africa use the internet and only 55% in sub-Saharan Africa have official proof of identity, meaning the remainder of the population are not realizing digital dividends. And on Mother's Easter, Eliud Wekesa, famously known as Yesua Tongaren, has presided over the Good Friday service in Bungoma. His followers, who have been fasting from yesterday and expected to go all the way to Sunday, attended the service held in his compound to celebrate Easter. Believers have been advised not to eat but instead engage in praise and worship. Listening. Worshippers there engaging in praise and worship. He has advised those that want to crucify him that the Holy Book prevents Jesus from being crucified a second time.
Piwa nikawekwa pamoja na waisi, imetajwa hapa. Na kurudi tena wameongeza mstari wa 10, Yesu akirudi atakuwa na wasawa. Okay. Unanipata? Okay. Sijawahi ona mahali popote hata katika chuo changu cha mbinguni ambapo waliandika kwamba Yesu atazulubiwa mara ya pili.
Happy Easter. I'm Dennis Aseto.
All right, traffic has not been an issue this morning. All your roads looking good. Some outbound traffic, especially on Waiaki Way and on the other side of things on the Thika Superhighway going out into bordering counties is what looks a bit different. Nakuru County and then out on this other side into Kiambu County. That's where we have some traffic as folks are outbound city today going into the long weekend. That's most of what we'll see today. On your other usual suspect areas, you're not going to see much. But let's keep watching and seeing how that opens up through the morning. Spice FM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation
it's
Room.
7 minutes after 9. Good morning. Welcome to the final hour of the Situation Room. Today, Friday, the 7th day of April, 2023. Happy Easter, wherever you are tuned in from. The conversation continues. This time, let's talk about, it's Friday, a Health Friday conversation. You know, we always have this. And today we want to talk about, again, universal health coverage, but from a different angle. Heart diseases, okay? When we talk about UHC, we think about everything else. Oh, is UHC going to be able to cover us from this angle and the other? We talk about UHC and then we say, is UHC really focusing on preventive and promotive healthcare at a community level and primary healthcare at that level? Or is it only talking about, healthcare at a level of referral and bigger hospital, level 5, level 6? I think we should even have a level 7 in this country. Is it at that point? But we don't actually go into the details of each disease. Heart conditions. A cardiologist, specifically a pediatric cardiologist, is with us now for the next conversation. Dr. David Gedanga. Good morning.
Good morning, Eric.
Thank you very much for joining us today. Welcome to the hot seat of Kenya's biggest conversation. What we do here is we make sure that your heart is beating properly. While on that seat.
It is already hot.
It's already Karibu sana. But to welcome you properly into the show, CT has the day's proverb. This week's proverbs have been from the Republic of Congo, Brazzaville.
Yes, not DRC.
Not a DRC.
No.
It's the other one.
This is the Congo.
Without the D.
Yes, that borders the Atlantic Ocean.
Right.
That one.
Mm-hmm.
A tree cannot stand without roots.
A tree cannot stand without roots.
Yes.
Constant had a good interpretation, an interesting interpretation of it. Daktari, what's yours? What's your interpretation of this proverb?
I mean, if you look at it from the face of it, it just makes sense. A tree must have roots to stand. But I think that if we say it's a proverb, which is what we're saying, then it would mean that there are certain fundamental things that need to be there for you to be in a certain way. You are what you are because of how you've grown up, your environmental exposure and your upbringing, your education, those things that formed you. Whether those are good or bad, they are determined by that we cannot see. That's the way I would see it, in a simplistic pediatric way.
Like you're speaking to a 1-year-old.
Yeah.
Thank you. You know, Dr. we've had several doctors here, cardiologists. What's the name of our friend from the Nairobi hospital who is a specialist on the heart and vessels?
Robert Madenge? Is it?
Yes, Robert Madenge, Dr. Robert Madenge.
They know each other. Same was up.
Literally.
So yours does not have those other long words that Dr. Madenge's title has.
No, just forget about this. It's just dealing with the heart. And you can intervene. You can be a specialist of mitral valve or veins in the legs and so on. Okay. But at the end of the day, people are looking for care for their problems. What you call yourself is really you confine yourself to your professional colleagues.
Okay.
And feel good about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're a cardiologist. Why a pediatric cardiologist?
Yes.
Is there a difference?
Yes. First of all, I look after children. And children are from birth right through to 18. Although in this country, we tend to have a cutoff of 13 years. 12 years. Once you're 12 years, we consider you're an adult. So if you're 12-year-old...
Medically speaking.
Okay. But that's more for service provision because we have far too many children.
So you can imagine... You said 40 because...
you can be 40 if
life
you like.
Begins at 40.
Yes, but it's more for service provision so that if you're 13, you tend to move over to the adult section, which is sometimes terrible.
When you now swallow tablets instead of syrup.
No, you're sleeping with an old man and you're 13 years. You're sharing a bed. It's not a good thing.
It's not.
So, but it's just more for service provision. But in developed economies, up to 18-year-olds are really considered pediatric. In even more sophisticated society, they have adolescent medicine, where you look after those children and adults, a mixture of those, which is what that group tends to be.
Where does cardiology then need to focus on those two?
Yes.
When it's pediatric cardiologists, is it that their hearts are different?
Yes, they are different. Heart diseases occur in two large categories. Something you acquire and something you're born with. Very simple. If I want to be complicated, I'd say congenital, but that means you're born with it. Acquired is what we will get because of the good living, cigarettes, your whiskeys, and your inactivity. Buy one pizza, get 4 free. That way of living. Inactivity, like what we talked about. You don't want to walk. You want to
chill.
To have a bicycle that's motorized.
Yes.
So that, you're really just in a car. So those are some of the things that will contribute to acquired heart disease. So children will acquire heart disease as they live like the rest of the people. But there are conditions that you're born with. Means from the very first time you're born, you come out, you have a problem. And those are the congenital groups. And those are largely childhood diseases. Madenge will not see those. However, we also have those children with diseases they are born with that grow up to that age. And we have a fancy term called Gucci, grown up with congenital heart disease. So you can grow up to that level. If you have a very severe disease, obviously you never grow to adulthood, you'll die early. Yeah, but there are those that will have a hole in the heart and they live with it the whole of their lives. Yeah. So
what are some of these diseases that we're looking at? Of course, hole in the heart is quite prevalent. But then what are some of the other things that we are seeing in children, heart diseases?
Okay, so we have those structural issues that they are born with, but there are also other diseases they acquire even at that age. For instance, you have viral infections that can cause inflammation of the heart, redness, like this microphone, become red, swollen, oozy, and it dilates or gets large and it fails. We call that myocarditis, inflammation of the heart. That's really a disease you acquire from an infection. And some of those diseases can be seen in childhood. But that's an infection. They are not. It's not a structural issue. So largely structural, where you have things that should have formed, did not form. Things that should have divided out, did not divide out. Vessels that should have gone to certain places, went to other places. All sorts of complications and computations can occur. So the moment you have a child with a heart disease, it can be anything. It can be anything.
Okay. So usually with pregnant women, you will go for scans at some point.
Yeah.
And they're looking at you as the woman, and they're also looking at the child at some point, depending on the degree of scan, to see what's going on here. Are there any of these things that you can see at the scan, via the scan at that level and at that age?
Excellent question. Now, at conception, when this baby begins to form, 3 weeks later, you can actually identify the heart. 3 weeks later. But the heart usually starts as one big chamber with one big blood vessel. And then it divides out into 4. Into 2 receiving chambers, 2 pumping chambers, and 2 big blood vessels. But at any stage of that development, there can be an arrest. Where does it occur? We don't know. But we know 8 out of every 1,000 live births will have heart disease. Fortunately, out of that 8 in 1,000, only 2 in 1,000 will be severe and life-threatening. And those that die very quickly, basically within 24 hours, 1 month after birth, they'll die. So we can identify heart diseases. But remember, it's a developmental process that occurs over time. So the interpretation can be very tricky. When I was training in the early 90s, and fetal echocardiography, which is really scanning for the fetus, was in vogue and still in vogue now and important, but it's more sophisticated now. You would have a woman having a scan, and depending on what you see, you'll have to make a decision. Is this an arrested development, or is this a development that is in progress? If it is so severe that that fetus cannot survive, then you may have to be recommending a termination. But situations have occurred where terminations are done, and when a postmortem is done on that fetus, it was not as bad as it looked. So it poses ethical issues.
Of course.
It's a bit like saying this child is taking too long to talk. So do you label them? No, one of their grandfathers talked at the age of 6. So a lot of childhood issues are a spectrum of things. And that then calls about judgment. When do you say what is what? But to answer your question more directly and not like a politician, yes, you can identify, but you have to decide at what stage. Is this life-threatening? What advice do I give?
So then the importance here is, if you can identify at that stage, when the baby is still in its mother's womb, then you're prepared for when the baby arrives.
That is fantastic. In fact, a lot of neonatal open heart surgery is very, very complex. Not so much complex because of the little cutting of tissues, but the care after, it's total. I mean, the hospital services are really stretched by open heart surgery. Everything has to work to be A1 in functioning. Your lab, your fluid, your mechanics, your machines, everything has to work well. Otherwise, surgery is perfect, but other things go wrong. So the moment you find or you diagnose that this child has a heart disease, this can only be done or operated on in a very specialized center. Then you want to transfer that mother. You want to use the mother as the ambulance to go with that baby while they're still intrauterine, so that they deliver where the surgery can occur. By the time the baby is being born, the system is ready to do what they
receive
need
this patient
for that patient. But the moment they're born, then you're in trouble, because and I've had the misfortune of having to fly out patients to London and India, and it's a very hairy thing when you have a small little baby and you're trying to bag, and it's not an air ambulance, so it's a very difficult situation and risky. But many of those, if they are born in centers where you have that expertise, many of those will be able to survive. To give you hope, of the congenital abnormalities we get, heart surgery is one that you actually do things and you basically back to normal in many, many of the conditions. There are other conditions where you can't do anything about.
David, I'm thinking,
yes,
the vast majority of our population in this country in the rural areas.
Yes.
just basic healthcare, primary healthcare is a challenge. Now, I think you know where I'm going with this. Now, when you now come to diagnosing, forget even just getting to understand that this problem may exist in a child, so that these processes that are redeeming and these processes that are needful and the processes that promise life, in that setting, they don't exist. Not that they're in small numbers, they don't exist. Are we then saying that because of the non-existence of these processes, that we could in reality be condemning very many unborn children, very many parents who expect and anticipate to have children? We are condemning them to a situation where the hope you speak of will be completely absent.
Charles, to be politically correct, yes, you're right. You're right, it's true. But I like to also say that the eye does not see what the brain does not know. If you don't know, even when it's just right there, you will not diagnose it. It's quite often argued that our patients come late. But actually, that's not true. Our patients come in early, but it's where they go and who they see. A mother is the first doctor to their own child. A mother will tell you there is something not right with this child. And that mother, depending on where she is, she's going to the healthcare provider that she can access. And she says, I don't like this baby's just crying and so on. So they will have gone, they'll have sought for help. But who did they see? Did that person make the right decision? Did this person trigger the mechanisms of referral? That's where I think things go wrong. So we have to begin with education. What are the simple things you see at the most peripheral of levels to be able to trigger the system? To say this person requires help at a level higher than myself. Or even as a doctor, what do I see that gets me to call a colleague of mine who knows a little bit better about the condition? So that's where the failure is. So we begin by educating the healthcare providers to recognize what they cannot handle and what needs to be moved to
accept your limitations.
Exactly. And that's hard for many people. Many people think asking is being weak. In fact, it's a strength.
You know, within the health provision fraternities, you have other health practitioners who are not medical doctors. You have nurses, you have clinical officers, you have community nurses and so forth. Now, the specialized knowledge such as the one that you have, is this cascaded to those other health professionals? So that, because if you're talking about primary health care, these are the individuals you might find at those levels. Not necessarily a medical doctor. No, forget even the specialty, just a medical doctor. Do we have, or is there an existence of training that is provided for these individuals whom most of the people who are seeking healthcare in this country actually come into contact with?
I think there is some version of that, but remember we said it begins from a mother or a parent recognizing that there's something wrong. Then you seek help. We have then various cadres, and they can be very different. They can all be nurses, they can be all community health volunteers, they can be younger doctors, or even sometimes older doctors. What is their abilities to recognize a situation and act on it? So these issues do exist. In fact, nurses, some of the older nurses are very, very sharp. And as a young doctor, when you qualify as a doctor, you walk around with the DR in front of your name and you think you're great. Until you make several mistakes, until you look down on those nurses, and then it calms you down very quickly. That lady knows more than
possibly more than you
do. But since you bear the name DR,
you're the one in charge.
The folly of youth. But you learn over time, and the older nurses or the sharper nurses are the first ones to tell you, Doc, I think there's something we're missing.
If it is a folly of youth or is a folly of training?
Maybe a bit of both, I don't know. Charles, it's a philosophical question.
And society as well. I mean, I'm the one who spent 6 years.
Yes. Who are you?
Who are you to tell
You
me?
only went to KMTC there or some
It
nursing
doesn't
school.
start there. I'm the one who got those very serious grades.
I'm the
that
one who got an
me
A.
into medical school.
Yes.
So please.
Notwithstanding that you had an exam leaked for you. I didn't say anything.
Don't go that far. Let's just deal with it. You got an A. Okay? And you went to med school. And you spent 6 years. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So is it how do you balance, how do you train these young doctors? Because I'm sure you train.
Yes.
How do you train these young doctors, wannabe doctors, to actually respect everybody in the ecosystem?
First of all, it's by medicine is an apprenticeship. You see how your colleague deals with the other colleagues, and a doctor spends probably a relatively shorter period of time with the patient compared to the nurse. Or even a parent. That's why you must listen to a parent who is telling you something. They are not lying. It's their own interpretation of the situation.
Best interest of this child.
Exactly. So you're on the same side, and you must see her or him as your partner. So a younger doctor has to see the way you interact. That's why you shadow an older. Even now, I like seeing some of my older colleagues just even explaining a difficult situation. I just sit back and just listen, and that's how you learn. You shadow somebody else, and you learn to know. And the older you get, the more you know you don't know many things, and you have the grace to say I don't know. And one of my best teachers is a senior professor of pathology who would always, if you ask a question, say I don't know, I just don't know. But tomorrow morning he will know. He has not slept, he has checked out, and the abilities to say you don't know then triggers you looking for help. And then when you do that and you question, then the people who are understudying you do.
They can also they'll pick it up from you.
Yeah, they pick it up from you.
Dr. Ketanga, we're having this conversation with UHC in mind.
Yes.
Now, universal health coverage is a conversation we've been having in this country for many years. We hope to actualize it within the next 2 decades, at least
2030.
At least one of those days it'll actually
2022 it was, wasn't it? That's last year.
Yes, so 2022 now we move it. So I'm just saying, let's just
moving target.
Let's give it another 20 years.
Yeah.
One of those days it'll come to pass.
Yeah.
But then when you talk about pediatric cardiology and UHC, it's all about access. What are the affordability bit of it? Let's talk about the access. First, it's a heart issue. I want to go back now to start my question from the way you said. It's possible for this to be detected early enough when the baby is still developing intrauterine. During these antenatal visits, this is where primary health care comes in. And this is where every expectant mother is then encouraged to start visiting health facilities for antenatal care. And this is where issues with the developing baby will be picked up. Now, how should our system be structured so that by the time this baby is about to be, the mother is about to be delivered of the baby, speaking the Queen's language. By the time this baby is arriving, people like Dr. Gedanga are aware that there is a case that I need to attend to. How should we structure this system?
That's excellent. I can see you've been reading a lot about primary health care. First of all, history is very important. And when you look at the parameters of care, antenatal visits is one of the parameters that we measure. Unfortunately, the minimum number of visits should be 4. That's one of the parameters that has not actually improved as well as it should have been. We'd expect that and that level is not chargeable now, it's free. But people still haven't gotten to getting the antenatal clinic follow-up being done as well. And that's where you detect these issues. So if we ramp up that and say this is important, the first visit, the second visit, the third visit, fourth visit, because that's how you follow up the progress of the pregnancy. If, say, we succeed in that, and that's also dependent on the seeker of the service, then you'd want to make sure that the people that are giving those services are sufficiently knowledgeable in being able to take history. For instance, if a mother gave birth to a baby in the past and that baby died immediately, if we do not have the postmortem of that baby that died, or we have no way of making a diagnosis retrospectively, then you'd want to suspect that there was something about that baby that probably should have been known before.
Yeah.
So that becomes a high risk. That mother is elevated. That mother is escalated to a higher level, so that that mother will have probably an ultrasound being done relatively early, and the system will push that mother upwards. But note, it's very dependent on the person giving those service. If you do not think that way, then you end up having the same sort of thing until a mother says, "This is my fourth baby I have lost," which
And
is
start
terrible.
asking
It's
yourself,
system
okay,
failure.
so really fourth? What happened to the others?
Yes,
and they don't know.
Yes, they don't know. They didn't question.
Yeah. So it has to start with, first of all, the caretaker. Awareness that as soon as I, confirm pregnancy, I have to do 4 visits.
Yes,
And minimum 4.
Yeah.
And then the caregiver at that level to understand what they're looking out for. Not just, umekuja, haya, unasikiaje? Kichwa?
Shida yoyote?
Haya, next time utakuja.
That's it.
Solo your eye on folic acid.
Yes. Meza folic acid. That's it.
Yeah.
Let's continue the conversation after this break. It's 9:30. Dr. David Gedanga is a pediatric cardiologist. We are talking about heart conditions and looking at it, how it should be included in universal health coverage and the UHC conversations countrywide. Tell us about what we should be watching when we go home.
This weekend, log on to showmax.com. Look specifically for the premiere of the latest telenovela in Kenya. It's called Second Family. A gentleman called Leo Langat is very wealthy. And then unfortunately, via road accident, he passes away. And then his children emerge from the ashes. And there the fight begins. That's where the story starts. Do it.
They emerge from the ashes.
His ashes.
Bas. Keep it here for more. Good morning. 28 to 10.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Looks like a cloudy Friday in Nairobi, highs of 25 today. Sunny at 19 in Nakuru, highs of 26. And we'll see highs of 25 in a mostly sunny Nyeri at 17. And at 19, it's sunny in Eldoret, highs of 24. Mombasa will see mostly sunny conditions at 29 and 30. And sunny in Malindi. It's 24 and sunny in Kisumu, going to highs of 29. And same mirrors in Kakamega. 25 and sunny in Kampala, highs of 27. And we'll see highs of 30 in a sunny Dar es Salaam. It's 18 and sunny in Johannesburg, going to highs of 24 and lows of 11, while partly sunny at 27 in Lagos. It's cloudy at 24 in Kinshasa, and looking out into Friday afternoon going to evening in Beijing, it's sunny at 15, 6 and partly sunny in Paris, and 6 and mostly cloudy in London. At 14, mostly cloudy conditions Thursday night in New York. Coming into Friday, we'll see highs of 15 and lows of 3. We haven't had a problem with traffic today. Outbound traffic has been a bit of an issue because we've seen, unfortunately, a few accidents here and there, but more or less seem to have cleared up for now. Folks are well on the way to where they're going, and we hope we can keep things safe as we do. Talk to us through the morning. Spice FM, KE on Twitter.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Diseases and heart conditions and their place in UHC. Ndu? Ask Dr. David Gadanga a question.
Okay, so would you, as a doctor, a medical professional, would you, having seen the dangers in a potential situation, recommend termination to an expectant couple, mother, father, whatever?
Thank you very much. That is a very difficult question, and one that gets you to wish that your teacher was there to answer the question. See, I'm junior here. That's not a question that is easy to make. For you personally, it is, but you always think about the patient or that mother. Truth of the matter is that there are conditions that are life-threatening or will be uniformly fatal. We know a number of heart conditions that you diagnose, and you know that if you do not have this patient operated on within the next 24, 48, 36 hours, they are going to die. And those are some of the situations in ideal circumstances that you'll get a mother to deliver where she can get an open heart operation for a newborn. If, say, I was in Lodwar or another place that doesn't have that facility, what would I tell this mother? And I had made reasonably good diagnosis that this is a life-threatening condition that baby will not survive without an operation. You just are as honest as possible, as kind as possible, and I would use words like, this is a difficult condition, it would need an operation. And there are some, even those that are born in those sophisticated centers, even when they undergo an operation, they had a univentricular heart, one chamber instead of 4. Even those will not survive. Even for that particular mother, you have to be quite open with them. I am a pediatrician, I'm a pediatric cardiologist. The surgeons will say, we'll operate on anything. That's how we develop science. I say, no. I think about my patient. I think this patient has a very difficult situation. We will probably go through multi-stage operations, the end of which they may live to another 3, 4, 5 years at high cost, and they will die. But you have to be gentle with the way you give that information and leave it to them. You cannot place yourself at that high level, high stool, and you're telling her what to do, because she has to live with that decision.
Looking at this, looking at now the burden of care on a system, right?
Yeah.
We're saying that certain parts of the country you will not be able to get particular the healthcare that you need. Then saying, because if we're saying universal, that means being able to go and get what you need when you need it to the measure that you need it. Right? But here you are, and you have seen from your practice and your knowledge and your understanding, you know that even if at the instant you would be able to save this child, at that instant with the surgery, that they will probably go into the rest of their life with a compromised or depressed system, number one. Number two, that they will not live their optimal because of this condition. And you know that they will also go in probably with having to frequent a medical facility more than normal. How do you deal with that?
Very not well. One of the burdens of being a doctor is knowing a lot and probably telling the patient just 2% or 5%, particularly when it's terrible news. When you speak about survival rates, and there are many, many diseases where we're getting better each time. If I say this disease in the 40s, survival rate was 20% for 5 years, but now we are 80%. That never really makes any sense to that particular patient, because if they are the 1% that did not do well, then that's 100% for them. Bad outcome. The point is, you know that there are certain conditions that it doesn't matter what you do. There are certain conditions, heart diseases, that we know by the time they are reaching their 30s, that's it. They will just die. Let me give you a simple example of an acquired heart condition, and that is children with upper airway obstruction, large adenoids who snore. Charles, most men will snore. Ladies will catch up by the time they are 50, 60, so there is no difference. But when children snore, it tells you there is obstruction that's mechanical. We snore because of floppy tissues. But when children who are very taut tissues snore, then it's telling you there's upper airway obstruction, adenoids. You may have heard of adenoids. Adenoid enlargement that is unattended when they are very large causes a secondary heart disease, right? They will have right heart failure. Once they get pulmonary hypertension, which is really pressure in the lungs, that child will die early. They will live to probably 25, 26, 30. They will die early of pulmonary hypertension. So we know that. We know that. So if it is something like that, that you understand very well the history, then I'd say I would recommend that this child undergoes upper airway obstruction surgery, adenoidectomy, and that will relieve us of that potential and you can be relatively firm with that. Then the question they'll ask you, what are the risks of surgery? Say everything is a risk, including drinking water and having additional oxygen. So it's a question of there are people who take aspirin and bleed to death. So you would have to weigh the balances. So it's never really a straight line when it comes to life, quality of life, who decides who lives and who doesn't.
Sure.
And if you ever worked in an infertility clinic, I remember that as a young doctor, mothers who are trying to get a baby, they're pleading towards the end, please give me one, even if they are retarded, just for me
I just want a baby.
I just want a baby. So when you have all these facts, it's very difficult for you to say, I'm recommending
You
this.
cannot go and just
No.
say I recommend.
No.
And even in the cases where you go and advise, and your advice is basically leaning towards a strong recommendation for termination.
Yes.
It depends on the mindset of this mother, right? Because at that point, this woman is just thinking, I have a life growing in me, and I'd like to see this life.
Yes.
To see through that I've delivered this life.
And it was mine.
And it's mine.
Yeah.
So it's also a very difficult decision for that mother at that point to make. They may think about it later and say, okay, I wish we had done this earlier because of the frustration that they've gone through of, taking care of this child and watching the child suffer. But at that moment when they're pregnant,
excitement.
It's excitement.
There are people who have parties 24 hours after they confirm pregnancy or they have
Especially
conceived.
in my neck of the woods.
Yes. So you're not going to remove that joy by saying terminate.
UHC. Now let's just begin with the current situation.
Let me just go back a little bit.
All right.
We, however, recommend termination if, say, a woman came in, had an X-ray, and they're in the first 3 months of pregnancy. Because we know radiation, ionizing radiation, can cause serious effects on the fetus. That is why, as a standard measure, we'll ask, when was the first day of your last menstrual period? Try and rule out that you're not pregnant.
Before an X-ray.
Before an X-ray. So those are now a bit hardline.
Okay.
But that's now a mistake that has happened that you didn't ask that question.
You didn't ask the question. Or in some cases, maybe this person has a very irregular cycle.
Yes, true. And that does happen.
And the last time may have.
Yes. So you would now be seeing very high chances of, and nobody will tell you 35, 45, 85%, but you've just been irradiated. And these are the risks. You would recommend, but it's not up to you. Wow.
I wanted to ask the current situation, UHC, NHIF, right? You're practicing. Many questions, even as we posted this on social media, people are asking, all right, so first of all, to what extent does NHIF presently cover, these heart conditions and dealing with heart conditions both in private and public hospitals?
Yes, I think, first of all, UHC, NHIF has been in existence since 1966. And for the last probably 50, 60 years, probably the coverage is 50-something%, 52, 55%. And covering that is not widespread. It's even in that 55%, it's not equitable. Certain people do not have it, and those that have it comfortably, they can afford to pay for it, they have probably a better version of it, so they get the better service. So there is even, if you like, inequity. Even in that space. And you would find, particularly when we started having all these very, very good packages, many people were getting their open heart surgery using NHIF, particularly being able to go to India and so on. But those are the ones that had probably better packages and so on. So we still have a big proportion of people who do not have that capability. And heart surgery can be expensive. Some heart surgery would cost you anywhere between 200,000 to $1 million and 1.2 million. If you stay in the ICU, 3, 4, 5 million is not surprising. So they can, depending on how long you stay and how complicated it is. So it does cover in principle. But the truth of the matter is that you need those numbers to increase so that you can cover more. And not everyone needs very, very complex surgery. Some of them have basically a blood vessel that needs to be clipped off, like what Dr. Madenge is saying. Interventional cardiologists, you have this vessel that should have closed. Just put in a plug there, basically just knock it off, and they're able to go home the next day. So those are simple and they are not that expensive. The other spectrum is a more complicated one that could be costly. So in simple terms, yes, it's covered, but how much are you able to cover? Because this can be an open.
Oh, sorry. And is most of the care that we are talking about here that could essentially be covered by NHIF and this whole UAC, is most of it surgical care? Because it's a one-time thing and then you're done. You cut, no pun intended, but you're done. Or are we talking about, longer term care for heart patients, which could then also get really expensive? And you're given the example of Lodwar, where you spoke, where, the facility doesn't exist, so you have to travel somebody, you do the surgery, but then what happens with aftercare, which also can get pretty expensive?
The good news about children, say you have a hole in the heart, once it's
you're done,
patched, that's it. That's one off. Is done, you're not going to be doing that. However, there are some that say you have rheumatic heart disease, you have a leaking mitral valve, you need a monthly injection basically for the better part of your life, you need to take some pills for the better part of your life. Those exist, but a large number of pediatric conditions are actually a one-off.
Okay,
a one-off
situation. And so it's surgical and you're finished.
Surgical and you're finished.
Okay.
When you begin to go to adults now, that is now your hypertension or diabetes and so on. Those are the ones that drag. Those are the ones that are now expensive in terms of the visits. A few of the younger children that survive, some of those may behave like adults. They're grown up with congenital heart disease, but those are few. But the question you're asking, why are you excluded by even the private health insurance? That is something that we've always fought about, but I am a provider, so on one hand I'll be on the patient's side. Technically, insurance will tell you anything you're born with is not covered. It's going to be a small print, font 2,
like that,
in italics at the bottom. It says you're born with an extra finger, that you're born with it.
If you want to take it off, you pay for it.
You pay for it. Yes. And say, this is the one-off. It costs you more to look after an asthmatic than paying for that little surgery, or even a belly button that's larger. It's still congenital, you're born with it. But that is me arguing as a provider with a person who is a profit maximizer. Sorry, I take that.
I have to write that down.
I pay that back. We need insurance.
The debate around universal health care, this CNH thing is getting in the way of this, my discussion. The inequity that people talk about with regards to UHC, it's as if it is possible for there to be universal equity. Forget in healthcare. I mean, I brought in a philosophical angle to it. But perhaps should the discussion not be how to recognize that inequity exists and how we can bridge it, rather than speaking as though it is something that is actually possible. It actually isn't possible. It has to be a continuous, lifelong work in progress.
There must be inequity.
Yes, there must be inequity. There is always inequity. Inequity, rather, not iniquity.
Inequity.
Yeah, not iniquity.
Not iniquity.
Well, even that also exists.
There's also iniquity.
Yes, but that's what I'm referring to. The inequity that we speak of is often a manifestation of that iniquity that we're talking about. So how do you bridge this gap so that the people who need this healthcare probably the most, simply because they're economically disadvantaged, are in a position to actually benefit? That, in my mind, is the discussion I would prefer. I'd rather have.
Charles, you're right that this is a philosophical question, and I see the spirit of Good Friday has
descended upon you.
The poor will always be with us. Truth of the matter is that societies will only be different. I mean, and it's not even in our interest that all of us are the same. Otherwise, you not have a driver, you not have somebody to service your machines, you not have somebody to do your nails,
you don't have someone to employ you.
You don't have somebody to fly your private jet. So we can't. It's not in our interest. So that would be there, but it's actually when the threshold is so low that people cannot get certain services that they require. And we know that will always exist because that's just the nature of things. There is, even your fingers are just different. They have different functions. But in terms of health, and health is something you need to be able to create wealth for a country. And when you're a leader of a country or an organization, your investment in health is dependent on your own philosophy. Do you see health as an expense, or it's an input to enable people to be healthy so that they can produce wealth? And that way of thinking then shapes how much you give. But also as a society, you cannot let certain groups of people just fall below the threshold. There must be a threshold that a safety catch for people who are at the bottom. So knowing that situation of inequity will always increase. It's really the gap. You must minimize that gap. Things that can be sorted out. Why should a child be dying of pulmonary hypertension from adenoids that could have been operated on? That is not right. So it's the gap.
And this is where the social angle of the government comes in, right? It must focus on setting aside resources to address these levels of inequity.
Exactly.
And make sure that these people can get access, which is what UHC is trying to do. Well, the general principle of UHC is to make sure that at least everybody has access to some basics.
100% coverage if you can. If you live, say, in the Scandinavian countries, and it's everybody goes to the same place.
Yes.
There is, in fact, private care is almost frowned upon. It's probably for big stars who want to go to some place and have their little
because they have some secrets.
Or some, and I must look younger tomorrow. Have some.
I have a thing tomorrow, so you know.
I have a thing tomorrow, so you can. But people get the same thing, but that's related to taxation. They have a wide tax base, and they are wealthier governments. But also, the utilization of their equivalent of NHIF is efficient, because inefficiency is part of the disbursing. You collect and you disburse. So probably part of the solution is you source the services, but somebody else will collect, so that you separate those two. So it is related to how you set up your services. It's in the interest of all of us. It doesn't matter how wealthy you are. I've seen very, very wealthy people die impoverished by just medical bills. They say you will use your health to gain your wealth. In the last 5 years, you'll use all your wealth to try and get back your health. So all of us can end up that way. It doesn't matter who you are. And any amount of money can be finished by medical services. So it's in the interest of all of us to have those services. And I talk on behalf of Charles and myself. We are aging, so we need to be. We are a vulnerable group.
And you're also a minority.
Yeah,
in this country.
Increasingly. In my village, I'm called old man.
In this country, you're like, what, how many are you? Like 10,000 of you?
We are an endangered species.
Species even, wow.
Dr. Thank you very much for joining us today. A pleasure having you. Dr. David Gidanga is a pediatric ideologist. He's been here telling us about heart diseases and talking about UHC. Thank you for joining us this week. Have a lovely week and Easter weekend. Ndu will be away next week.
Yes. Don't worry, I'll be back. Wow.
Have a happy Easter. See you on Monday.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. TSP party leader Mwangi Kinjuri has called for an all-inclusive committee that will be formed to look into the demands raised by Azimio Group instead of the matter being only taken over by members of parliament. Kinjuri further demanded that the committee should also look into how the constitution should be amended to bring equalization in the country. The Laikipia East MP said that over 7 million people never participated in last year's elections and their views need to be heard, questioning why leaders from outside parliament cannot be included in the committee. He called for inclusion of religious leaders and other experts but not foreigners, adding that Kenyans' problems need Kenyan solutions. He noted that during the passing of the constitution, the president and the church were opposed to it, while the former prime minister and President Uhuru Kenyatta were in support, something that is currently opposite. Kinjuri said that this is a clear